Chapter 1057. Karma. Karma power. Yi Xian's breath was weak as he stared blankly at Luo Ho. That's right, it's the karma power. Luo Ho held the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand. The ferocious look on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. The way he looked at Yi Xian also softened. The immortal scripture can cultivate the nirvanic power while the boundless secular technique can cultivate the karma power. Yi Xian, you didn't expect this, did you? After 3 million years, not only have you cultivated the power of time and space, but I, Luo Ho, have also mastered a strand of the karma power. Luo Ho stood proudly in the sky and spoke indifferently. There was no longer any murderous intent on his face because he knew that Yi Xian's chest was pierced by the heaven-destroying halberd and his only fate was death. This is your trump card? Yi Xian whispered heavily. However, blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth because the nirvanic power on the heaven-destroying halberd was madly destroying his physical body and even his primordial spirit. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian being nailed in the void by the heaven-destroying halberd, Luo Ho's eyes did not show any joy. Instead, a complicated expression appeared on his face. I used 3 million years to cultivate this strand of the karma power in order to get through the 7 disasters of the secular world. This is also my greatest killing move. Today, the grievances between you and me will be completely ended. Luo Ho whispered bitterly. Yi Dao Yu, in fact, I, Luo Ho, really want to be friends with you because you are the only person I, Luo Ho, admire and the only person who can make me, Luo Ho, treat as a great enemy. Unfortunately, you and I are the same type of people. For the sake of stepping onto the path towards the Grand Tao, we can only advance step by step over the corpses of our enemies. Luo Ho spoke in a calm voice while a wisp of regret appeared in his eyes. Luo Ho really wanted to kill Yi Xian, but he also admired Yi Xian very much. If the two of them were not enemies, Luo Ho believed that he and Yi Xian would be very good friends. Unfortunately, this was simply unrealistic because there were too many grievances between him and Yi Xian. It was impossible for the two of them to become friends. Yi Dao Yu, go in peace. Every year on this day, I will pay my respects to your grave because you are someone I, Luo Ho, admire. It's over, everything was over. End. Everything was over. Luo Ho strode forward and grabbed the heavenly execution halberd, preparing to completely end Yi Xian's life. Fellow Luo Ho, you can't kill me. Suddenly, Yi Xian spoke calmly. He looked at Luo Ho indifferently. This also made Luo Ho's expression change. An extremely bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Yi Dao Yu, I'll send you on your way. Luo Ho held the heaven-destroying halberd and was about to pull it out of Yi Xian's body. However, something that shocked him appeared. No matter how he urged the heaven-destroying halberd, it did not move at all. It could not be pulled out of Yi Xian's chest at all. Fellow Luo Ho, actually, what you said just now was very correct. You and I are the same kind of people. In order to step on the Tongtian path, we have to step on the bones of our enemies. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Strands of nirvanic energy surrounded his body. The heaven-destroying halberd that pierced through his chest became even brighter. Blood-red inscriptions constantly spread across the halberd. Buzz. The heaven-destroying halberd buzzed and instantly disappeared into Yi Xian's chest. The bloody hole in Yi Xian's chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Luo Ho retreated in shock. He could not believe his eyes. The heaven-destroying halberd had clearly pierced through Yi Xian's heart and had already shattered his saint heart. Why was Yi Xian completely fine now? Fellow Luo Ho, you are too confident. Buzz. The heaven-destroying halberd appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Strands of nirvanic energy jumped on the halberd. Blood-red inscriptions flickered on the halberd. The heaven-destroying halberd let out a clanging sound as if it was cheering. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the karma threads that wrapped around Yi Xian's body turned into nothingness. The power of time and space circled around Yi Xian's body, and strands of the power of nirvana rolled around his body. An indescribably terrifying aura exploded out from Yi Xian's body. Why is this happening? Luo Ho's eyes froze. He looked at Yi Xian with trembling eyes. When I was young, the heaven-destroying halberd recognized me as its master. I fed it with my blood every day. Although the heaven-destroying halberd was not complete at that time, I was connected to the heaven-destroying halberd by blood, Yi Xian said calmly. You purposely let me stab the heaven-destroying halberd into your body? Luo Ho suddenly came to his senses. He seemed to have thought of something. His face became extremely gloomy. That's right. Only by letting the heaven-destroying halberd pierce through my body can my blood reawaken it. I can also turn the nirvanic energy into my own power. Moreover, don't forget that I cultivate the undying immortal scripture. I have already cultivated it for more than 3 million years. You just said that the undying immortal scripture can cultivate the power of nirvana. After these 3 million years, I am about to cultivate a strand of the power of nirvana. I am just lacking an opportunity. And your attack just now was the opportunity one needed. It also helped me regain control of the heaven-destroying halberd. A strand of nirvanic energy was born in my body, Yi Xian said calmly. You're not afraid of dying under the heaven-destroying halberd? Luo Ho roared. His eyes were filled with great trembling. Although Yi Xian said it very simply, Luo Ho knew very well that it was filled with great terror of life and death. It was definitely not as simple as Yi Xian said. The nirvanic energy was too terrifying. It was a power that could destroy everything. If Yi Xian was unable to cultivate the nirvanic energy, then he would also die under the nirvanic energy. This was simply gambling with his own life. The great Tongtian, life and death depend on each other. I've been walking on the edge of life and death. If I was afraid of death and didn't move forward, I wouldn't have the cultivation I have today, Yi Xian said indifferently. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. When Yi Xian finished speaking, Luo Ho became silent. He was stunned on the spot. After a full 10 breaths of time, a bitter smile appeared on Luo Ho's face. He said, Yi Xian, you win. I, Luo Ho, did not lose unjustly. Disheartened, he bowed his head and admitted defeat. Luo Ho knew that he had lost. He had lost completely because he no longer had any means to kill Yi Xian. And if Yi Xian wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Yi Xian was at the peak of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly law. He had the power of spacetime and cultivated a strand of the nirvanic energy. He also had the heaven-destroying halberd and the nirvanic armor. What could Luo Ho use to fight against Yi Xian? Come, kill me. Luo Ho's eyes were as red as blood. Even in the face of death, he would not beg Yi Xian for mercy. However, he was very unwilling. He was unwilling to die in the prison set by Pangu before he could find the way home. Buzz. The heaven-destroying halberd cut through the sky. The cold light of nirvanic energy flickered on the tip of the halberd. It carried an aura that could bury all things in the world as it blasted towards Luo Ho. Luo Ho closed his eyes and waited for death. However, he roared towards the sky. It was as if he wanted to vent the despair and unwillingness in his heart before he died. Chapter 1058. Qi. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The void became silent and calm. Only a ray of cold light flickered in front of Luo Ho's forehead. The sharp pain caused Luo Ho to open his eyes. The heaven-destroying halberd was only 3 inches away from his forehead. Luo Ho was at a loss. He thought that he would die in the hands of Yi Xian. But now, Yi Xian did not kill him. You can leave. Rumble. The heaven-destroying halberd suddenly retracted and then fell into the void. This part of the world was rumbling and shaking. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded at this moment. You won't kill me?" Luo Ho said in a daze. He felt like he was dreaming. He looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of shock and uncertainty. "You can leave," Yi Xian said calmly. The heaven-destroying halberd merged into his forehead. There was no longer any killing intent around him. There was a good saying. Friends might not understand friends, but enemies would definitely understand their enemies. Luo Ho knew very well what kind of person Yi Xian was. This was because he and Yi Xian were the same kind of people. If he was in Yi Xian's position, he would definitely kill him. But looking at Yi Xian's calm eyes, Luo Ho suddenly denied something. Perhaps he had never truly understood Yi Xian. He also did not understand why Yi Xian would let him go. Why? Luo Ho said blankly. "I am too lonely. It is difficult to find an opponent in this world. If you die, then I will have no fun." Yi Xian said calmly. You are not afraid that my cultivation will surpass yours and I will kill you in the future?" Luo Ho said in a daze. "Life is lonely. It is difficult to find an opponent. I, Yi Xian, have no family, no friends. If I stand above the 9 heavens and become the saint of all saints, but there is not a single enemy by my side, that would be too sad." Yi Xian said. "Yi Xian, do you know that if you let me go, you will regret it in the future? And I, Luo Ho, do not need your pity." Luo Ho's face turned red as he roared loudly. He was a very proud person. He was also a person who could accept defeat. He admitted defeat, but he would never accept Yi Xian's pity. "You are wrong. I, Yi Xian, have never pitied anyone. Even you, Luo Ho, are no exception. I did not kill you today because I do not want to have no enemies in the future. Because this makes me feel very lonely." Yi Xian said indifferently. Silence. Silence. Extreme silence. Luo Ho became silent. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. Here. Suddenly, Luo Ho shot out a red light. He turned around and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Yi Xian was slightly startled and the red light entered his hand. The thing in his hand was a red jade. At this moment it was emitting a mysterious and obscure aura. The boundless secular world technique. Yi Xian sensed it with rapt attention. He finally knew the origin of this object. This made the corner of his mouth curve into a helpless smile. He once again thought highly of Luo Ho. The red jade in his hand was the real boundless secular world technique. It was definitely not the incomplete technique that the two of them exchanged in the past. Obviously, Yi Xian spared Luo Ho's life today. This was unacceptable to Luo Ho. He gave the boundless secular world technique to Yi Xian. This could be considered as using this object to repay Yi Xian's kindness of not killing him. However, Luo Ho was too proud. He would not personally thank Yi Xian. His only treasure was the boundless secular world technique. This could be considered another way for him to express his gratitude. Luo Ho, oh Luo Ho, you are really an interesting person. Yi Xian whispered hoarsely. Then, he slowly shook his head. In fact, Yi Xian had only said half of the reason. The other half was that Luo Ho had schemed against him. This also allowed him to break through the 7 tribulations of the heavenly way. The heaven-destroying halberd could be complete because it had merged with the god-slaying spear. There was also a thread of karma hidden in this. The most important thing was that Yi Xian was preparing for a rainy day. If he became the saint of all saints, he would have to leave this prison sooner or later and go to the primal chaos world. Luo Ho would be his best guide. After all, Yi Xian did not know anything about the chaotic world. However, from Luoho's words, he knew that the immortal God Lord must be a very terrifying existence. There is no end to war. The Tong Tian Dao. Yi Xian wanted to see the outside world. He did not want to be a frog in a well. He also wanted to meet the people in the chaotic world and see who was stronger and who was weaker. Although Yi Xian had thought a lot, he was still 2 steps away from becoming the saint of all saints. Therefore, his current task was to quickly pass through the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way and then move towards the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way. What will the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way be? Yi Xian whispered. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Stepping over thousands of mountains and rivers, he walked through the untainted land. Yi Xian had been gone for 30,000 years. He'd seen the vicissitudes of the world and looked down at the 4 seas and 5 lakes. He was feeling the opportunity of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, and was also consolidating his cultivation. Walking through the untainted land, he was kind and charitable. Yi Xian turned into a kind person. Wherever he went, he would be kind to people and help the living creatures in the mortal world to get through their sufferings. He had also turned into a bully, committing all kinds of crimes. He experienced the feeling of the evil state of mind and understood some of the great Tao between the so-called good and evil. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. Yi Xian's cultivation was consolidating. His essence, qi and spirit were gradually improving. The power of time and space was smooth and flawless. The space-time tree was growing healthily. The newly born origin of nirvana had also been carefully cultivated by him in the past 30,000 years. 30,000 years was unimaginable for mortals. But for Yi Xian, it was just a snap of the fingers. His mind gradually calmed down and was not disturbed by anything. This was a plain cultivation. He walked through the untainted land to consolidate his mind. This was not the cultivation of Yi Xian's power, but the cultivation of his state of mind. Rising from the sea of blood and recovering from nirvana, Yi Xian had walked all the way since he was a teenager. Behind him was already covered in corpses and bones. Only killing and loneliness accompanied him. The 30,000 years of cultivation of the state of mind made Yi Xian more and more stable. His aura was vast and heavy, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to understand. Sometimes, Yi Xian would ask himself, why did I give up so many things to walk this path? In the end, Yi Xian gave himself an answer, because he wanted to be immortal and indestructible. Because he wanted to be above all things and be the number 1 person in all the heavens. He was born as a human and fought to the end. He stood above all living beings in the heavens and became the only resplendent star since ancient times. All living beings in the heavens had to look up to him. This was what he, Yi Xian, wanted. The birth of the strongest person in all the ages was full of bitterness and suffering. One had to pay a price that ordinary people could not pay. Yi Xian had already stepped on this path. He would walk down it firmly. Chapter 1059. Walking through the untainted land, the celestial lord descends to the mortal world. When Yi Xian finished walking through the untainted land, he finally returned to his starting point. It happened to be exactly 30,000 years ago, which allowed Yi Xian's heart to calm down completely. There were no longer any ripples in his heart. Yuan Ling, where did you go? Yi Xian stood on the heavens horizon. He walked the untainted land for 30,000 years not only to settle his heart, but also to find traces of Yuan Ling. Unfortunately, Yuan Ling had disappeared. He and Landia had disappeared together. 30,000 years had passed, but Yi Xian did not cultivate the boundless secular world technique because he knew that biting off more than he could chew was bad for him. Yi Xian had just cultivated the nirvana origin and grasped the power of time and space. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly way. If he cultivated the boundless secular world technique, it would only delay him. Of course, Yi Xian was even more interested in the boundless mortal world technique that was as famous as the undying immortal scripture. This was because this technique could cultivate the power of karma. If he could even control the power of karma, it would make him even more powerful. However, Yi Xian also knew that now was not the time for him to cultivate the boundless secular world technique. He had to wait until he became the saint of all saints before he could cultivate this technique. On the heavens horizon, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the untainted land from afar. There was a sense of vicissitudes around him, and there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. The untainted land was boundless, and the heavens and earth were vast. However, this was not Yi Xian's home, and it was not Yi Xian's roots either. His home and roots were in the mortal world. The sea moves and time changes. Whether I can pass the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way or not, I may never return. Let me go back and take one last look. It can also be considered as ending all the worries in my heart, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Rumble. With one step, the heavens and earth changed. When Yi Xian appeared again, he was already standing on Mount Buzhou. He did not tell anyone about his return. 33rd Heaven, Celestial Worthy Palace. Back then, Yi Xian sent the human world and the 33 layers of the celestial court into the endless void. 3 million years later, the celestial court returned, and the door to the human world was placed in the celestial palace. Wine. The reverse passage opened in the celestial worthy palace. Yi Xian strolled into the reverse passage and disappeared from the celestial worthy palace. The mortal world. Heavy traffic, tall buildings, bustling streets, pedestrians shuttling back and forth, and car horns constantly ringing, converged into a scene that Yi Xian was both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. In the cycle of reincarnation, all things in the world rotated in a cycle that repeated itself endlessly. The human world also had its own reincarnation cycle. When it developed to its peak, it also represented destruction. After destruction, it would be rebuilt again. It had always followed the path of reincarnation in the world and developed like this. Lu Jie was dressed in black and his hair was as white as snow. He gave off an ethereal and otherworldly aura. He stood in the middle of this big city and sized up this world with his gentle eyes. Beep. Screech. An ear-piercing braking sound was heard. A Ferrari sports car suddenly stopped in front of Yi Xian. An exasperated voice came from the sports car. Are you sick? Don't you know how to look at the traffic lights? Do you know that I almost hit you just now? Bang! The car door was slammed shut. A tall woman walked out of the sports car. She had a curvaceous body and exquisite makeup on her face. She was dressed in a black office lady suit with high-heeled stockings. She was extremely sexy and seductive. She was simply the goddess in the hearts of all otakus. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you? Suddenly, the sexy woman stopped talking because she finally saw Yi Xian's face clearly. Her angry face no longer existed. She was stunned on the spot. Are you okay? The beautiful president bit her lips. A blush rose on her white and tender face. She looked at Yi Xian uneasily. It was no wonder that the beautiful president's attitude changed. At this moment, although Yi Xian's outfit was retro, his snow-white hair was scattered behind his head. There was also an otherworldly temperament on his body. He was like an immortal in a painting. It directly made the beautiful president's heart beat faster. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? He's so handsome. No, not handsome, what? The beautiful president's heart was in a mess. She pinched her small hands. If people who knew the beautiful president saw this, they would be shocked. The number one beauty of Jianghai City was actually so uneasy in front of a man. This was simply unimaginable. I'm very sorry. I haven't been home for many years. I've forgotten some things. Yi Xian apologized faintly. Then, he walked towards the pedestrian walkway. Hey, you, where are you going? Do you need me to give you a ride? Seeing that Yi Xian didn't pay attention to her, the beautiful president's face became anxious. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't stop at the beautiful president's call. Instead, he strolled on the pedestrian walkway, constantly sizing up this bustling metropolis. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a sports car horn sounded beside Yi Xian. The beautiful president just now opened the window and looked at Yi Xian. She said, "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." "Are you an actor in some crew?" "I'm the chairman of Hengshui Group. Our group also has many film and television companies," the beautiful president spoke as she drove. It was only because Yi Xian's temperament was too attractive that she couldn't control her emotions. It was no wonder that the beautiful president was like this. Although Yi Xian tried his best to control his aura, he was above all things. How could a city woman in the human world resist that kind of fatal attraction? "Hey, get in the car. I can give you a ride wherever you want to go." The beautiful president bit her lips and said nervously. "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded slowly and finally came to the front of the sports car. He then opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. Seeing that Yi Xian finally got in the car, the beautiful president was overjoyed. She hurriedly smiled at Yi Xian and said, "Where are you going?" "Up to you. I just want to see this city. I can go anywhere." Yi Xian sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the interior of the car curiously. Obviously, more than 3 million years had passed. Yi Xian couldn't say that he had forgotten things in the human world. However, sitting in the car again made him feel like he had returned to the distant past. "Then how about we have a cup of coffee?" The beautiful president pursed her lips and looked at Yi Xian. Her eyes were blurred and contained great nervousness, as if she was afraid that Yi Xian would reject her. "Coffee?" Yi Xian whispered. This was a strange yet familiar word. It reminded him of his childhood sweetheart, Xia Qingzhu. Because in the distant past, the two of them loved to go to coffee shops. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. The beautiful president's face lit up. She quickly stepped on the accelerator and drove to the most famous coffee shop in Jianghai City. Chapter 1060. Half Corner Cafe. This place was filled with Western culture. Even the waiters were Westerners. An elegant pianist was playing seemingly elegant music. From time to time, pairs of men and women could be seen whispering to each other. Occasionally, they would cover their mouths and smile. It was a scene of gentlemanly elegance. It was as if their status had been raised after coming here. Everyone was bathed in the music and looked like Western nobles. They were all very polite. Even the way they picked up their coffee was elegant and proper, as if they were afraid that they would lose face if they made the slightest mistake. Ding! The door to the coffee shop was pushed open, and the beautiful CEO and Yi Xian entered. Following their arrival, the pianist's playing came to an abrupt stop. Even the waiter was slightly stunned on the spot. Obviously, Yi Xian's temperament was too extraordinary. Anyone who saw him, regardless of whether they were men or women, was completely attracted by his temperament. A feeling of inferiority was born in their hearts. Like the bright moon, surrounded by stars. These words fully explained Yi Xian's current situation. No matter where he went, he was the brightest star. Feeling the stunned and inferior gazes of the people around her, a touch of pride flashed through the beautiful CEO's eyes. Although this pride came for no reason, it made her feel good. Women always wanted to take the best things for themselves. The so-called branded bags, all kinds of luxury goods, and even the boyfriends around her were all things that women competed with. Yi Xian's appearance undoubtedly made the beautiful CEO feel possessive. She had never seen a man with a more outstanding temperament than Yi Xian. When she first saw Yi Xian, she told herself in her heart that this man was hers. No one could take him away from her. Soon, the waiters came to their senses and hurriedly led Yi Xian and Xia Xiaoluo to a table by the window. Then, they asked the two of them what they wanted, showing the unique hospitality etiquette of the West. "What would you like to drink?" the beautiful CEO asked Yi Xian with a smile. "Anything." Yi Xian looked at the cafe full of Western charm, as if searching for a distant memory in his mind. "Anything is a woman's privilege, but I will allow you to have this privilege." The beautiful CEO smiled elegantly and said half-jokingly. She was the CEO of a multinational corporation and the #1 beauty in Jianghai City. Although she was nervous when she first saw Yi Xian, she gradually calmed herself down. "Blue Mountain." Yi Xian whispered. "Okay, 2 cups of Blue Mountain." The beautiful CEO smiled. Not long after, 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee were served to the two of them. The surrounding couples secretly looked at the two of them from the corner of their eyes from time to time. Some of them even took out their mobile phones to secretly record the two of them with envy in their eyes. "Humph, this woman is not worthy of this man." The beautiful CEO with beautiful Yi Shui. "I think you've taken a fancy to this kid." The boyfriend frowned and said sourly. "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not." The girl hurriedly denied it, but the corner of her eyes still fell on Yi Xian from time to time. Yi Xian's temperament was too attractive to these little girls. It wasn't just this table. All the women in the coffee shop had their gazes on Yi Xian. Their male companions were filled with hatred, but they could only sigh helplessly. Even when they saw Yi Xian, they felt an enormous sense of inferiority. "Hello, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Bingbing. I'm the CEO of Hengshui Group. What's your name? Are you an actor?" the beautiful CEO asked curiously. "My name is Yi Xian. Thank you for the coffee." Yi Xian said faintly. He took a sip of the coffee and frowned slightly. Then, he spat it on the ground in a very ungentlemanly manner. Such a rude scene immediately stunned everyone in the coffee shop. None of them had thought that a man with such an outstanding temperament would behave in such a rude manner. Is it very disgusting?" Lu Bingbing asked in surprise. "Very disgusting. It doesn't have the taste I want." Yi Xian casually poured the coffee on the ground. However, his actions were very natural, as if they were part of nature. It made people feel that everything he did was reasonable. "Sir, I'm very sorry. We'll make you another cup." The cafe's owner was an elegant Westerner. When he saw Yi Xian pour the coffee on the ground, he seemed to have suffered a great insult. After a while, the Caucasian owner personally brewed a cup of Blue Mountain coffee and brought it to Yi Xian. He even invited Yi Xian to taste it again. Yi Xian took a sip and spat it out again. He was clearly not satisfied with the coffee the owner personally brewed. "Sir, you're insulting me." The Caucasian owner frowned, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. One had to know that he had once worked for the Western royal family and was extremely famous among them. The coffee he brewed, whether it was the ingredients or the equipment used to brew it, were all carefully selected. "Miss Lu, I don't welcome your guest because he insulted me and my shop." The Caucasian owner clearly knew the beautiful CEO and was strongly expressing his dissatisfaction. "Is it really that disgusting?" Lu Bingbing took a sip. She only felt that the coffee was smooth and delicate, leaving a fragrant taste on her lips and teeth. It was no different from the coffee she drank before. This made her look at Yi Xian with a slightly strange expression. "You didn't make the taste I wanted, so in my eyes, it's really disgusting," Yi Xian said truthfully. "Oh my God, then sir, what flavor did you want? You should know that this is the best Blue Mountain coffee in the West," the Caucasian owner said angrily. I'm not drinking coffee. I'm drinking a memory because every cup of coffee represents a person's memory. Yi Xian said faintly in a low voice, as a first-class barista, I don't just make a cup of coffee. I let every customer taste their memories from the coffee. Oh my God. The Caucasian owner spread his hands, indicating that he did not understand Yi Xian at all. Jack, I'm very sorry. My friend was rude. I apologize on his behalf. Lu Bingbing looked at the Caucasian owner apologetically. Bing, we're friends, but I really don't like your friend because he insulted me and insulted my skills, the Caucasian owner said angrily. Buzz. Creak. The coffee shop's door was pushed open. An old Caucasian woman walked into the coffee shop in a daze and came to Yi Xian helplessly. Old lady, please make a cup of Blue Mountain coffee for me, Yi Xian said with a smile. The human world had long been refined by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was extremely sensitive to all things. The old woman's arrival was also due to his guidance because Yi Xian knew that this woman could make the flavor he wanted. The old woman was at a loss. She did not know why she was here, but when she saw Yi Xian's eyes, she quickly nodded and went to the kitchen to make a cup of Blue Mountain coffee for Yi Xian. Chapter 1061. Very quickly, a cup of Blue Mountain coffee was served once more, causing Yi Xian to thank him. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Old lady, your skills are not bad. I'm very satisfied with this cup of coffee. Yi Xian put down the coffee and looked at the old lady with a smile. Is it really that good? Can I try it? Lu Bingbing asked curiously. As you wish. Yi Xian pushed the coffee in front of the beautiful CEO. Lu Bingbing picked it up and took a sip. However, she frowned. The coffee in her mouth was extremely bitter. If Yi Xian wasn't right in front of her, she would definitely spit it out on the spot. You think it tastes bad? Yi Xian asked calmly. No, it's all right. Lu Bingbing forced a smile. Sir, please pay your respects. The white-clothed boss also took a sip of the coffee the old lady made. Then, he spat it out. He looked at Yi Xian with great anger in his eyes. It's hard to swallow. It's simply hard to swallow. This is the coffee you're satisfied with? Do you know that this kind of coffee only costs 3 yuan a can in the supermarket? The white-clothed boss felt that he was greatly insulted. He roared at Yi Xian angrily. But this is the taste I want. This is also the most primitive taste, but you can't make it, Yi Xian said softly. You're too much, Asian. Can you make the taste I want? The white-clothed boss said angrily. Everything you want is here. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He didn't do anything. He just brushed the table and a cup of green tea appeared. This magical scene stunned the beautiful CEO and the white-clothed boss. Magic, the two of them said in surprise. Please. Yi Xian didn't explain. He looked at the white-clothed boss indifferently. Humph, the white-clothed boss didn't hesitate. He picked up the green tea on the table and took a sip. However, in the next moment, he froze on the spot. His eyes froze, and his body trembled uncontrollably. A line of clear tears flowed down the white-clothed boss's cheeks. He gripped the teacup tightly and trembled. His face was covered in tears. Bitterness, fragrance, and a faint trace of memories flooded the white-clothed boss's mind. It reminded him of the unbearable memories of his youth. Lisa, my Lisa, the white-clothed boss murmured. The Caucasian owner murmured. He gripped the teacup in his hand tightly and drank the tea in mouthfuls. It was as if his soul had left his body. 7 emotions and 6 desires, 5 different tastes. Every taste can awaken a person's memories from a certain period of time. This should be your most unforgettable memory, right? Yi Xian calmly said. Lu Bingbing was completely shocked when she saw the Caucasian boss's tear-streaked face. She couldn't figure out what had happened to the Caucasian boss. Here comes your trouble. Suddenly, just as Lu Bingbing was in shock, Yi Xian indifferently spoke. Bang! The coffee shop's silence was broken by a gunshot. Several men in black rushed into the coffee shop and pointed their guns at Lu Bingbing. Miss Lu, please come with us. You, who are you? Lu Bingbing's expression changed. Fortunately, she had experienced a lot in the business world, so she didn't show any signs of fear. Who we are is not important. What's important is that someone wants to see you. Miss Lu, please come with us. The leader of the men in black didn't say much. He grabbed Lu Bingbing and walked out of the coffee shop. He even gave his companions a cold look. Click. The sound of bullets being loaded could be heard. The remaining 3 men in black looked at everyone in the coffee shop ferociously. They were ordered not to let the news of Lu Bingbing being kidnapped spread. Everyone in the coffee shop had to die. No, don't. When the customers in the coffee shop felt the 3 men in black's killing intent, a large number of terrified screams could be heard. The 3 men in black pulled the trigger. Their eyes were cruel and ruthless. Boring. Yi Xian slowly got up. The 3 men in black turned into ashes in an instant. The guns in their hands fell to the ground. Yi Xian strolled out of the coffee shop. Everyone in the coffee shop was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they saw. A black car sped through the driveway. However, in the next moment, the black car instantly shattered into pieces. The black-clothed man inside the car also shattered and disappeared. The beautiful CEO that was just held hostage also strangely appeared beside Yi Xian. Looks like you've caused quite a bit of trouble. Yi Xian looked at the woman calmly. You. Lu Bingbing was dumbfounded. She was just kidnapped, but she appeared on the street in the blink of an eye. She felt like she was dreaming. I have no interest in the mortal world. I just want to walk through the mountains and rivers of the human world and take a look at my final homeland. I hope you can be my guide and accompany me on a tour of the mountains and rivers of the human world. As for your so-called troubles, I can help you solve them. This can be considered my reward for you. Yi Xian sincerely said. Yi Xian could walk through the small human world in an instant. However, he wanted to walk through this world step by step and relive everything in the human world. Then, he would never return and bury the memories of the human world in his heart forever. You're an immortal. Lu Bingbing was shocked by Yi Xian's miraculous methods. She knew she might have met an immortal from the legends. If you're willing to treat me as an immortal, then I am an immortal, Yi Xian said calmly. 10 years. With Lu Bingbing accompanying him, Yi Xian walked through the entire human world. Yi Xian's footprints were everywhere in the mountains, rivers, and seas. He even personally went to the graves of Mother Yi and Yi Linger to pay his respects, constantly recalling the memories that had passed away. 10 years, the young would age easily. Lu Bingbing was just a mortal woman. After 10 years, she gained the charm of a young woman. However, following Yi Xian, her heart gradually sank. In 10 years, she saw a side of this world that no one knew. Moving through the sky, swimming in the sea, moving the mountains with his palms and fingers, and the stars in the sky falling. These were all methods that Yi Xian had displayed. When it was exactly 10 years later, Yi Xian reappeared in Jianghai City. Lu Bingbing, who was beside him, was already 30 years old. Although she was charming, time had left mottled traces on her body. It was still the same coffee shop. Yi Xian and Lu Bingbing sat opposite each other. I'm leaving, Yi Xian said faintly. Can I follow you? Lu Bingbing bit her lips, and her eyes became misty. The place I'm going to is very, very far away. You can't follow me, Yi Xian said calmly. I know I'm not good enough for you, but I just want to be by your side. I don't care about anything in the mortal world, Lu Bingbing said sorrowfully. She knew that Yi Xian would leave sooner or later because he didn't belong to this world. Actually, I asked you to accompany me for 10 years because you were entangled with me in your previous life. Today, you can consider me breaking off a marriage from my previous life, Yi Xian said faintly in a low voice. Previous life? Lu Bingbing said in a daze. Heaven and earth rotate, and 10,000 reincarnation cycles. In one of your lives, I killed you with my own hands. Although there's no right or wrong between you and me, you once gave me a young and ignorant love. I've never forgotten it. Yi Xian sighed and looked deeply at Lu Bingbing. Her silhouette gradually overlapped with a person's, and this person was Xia Qingzhu of the past. Xia Qingzhu, the ill-fated fate of your past life has come to an end in this life. Although you have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, this is also the fate of mortals. Keep this fate of immortals well. If you can become an immortal in the mortal world, that is also the fortune you deserve. Yi Xian said softly, and a spell appeared in front of Lu Bingbing. He stood up and slowly walked away, gradually disappearing from Lu Bingbing's sight. Yi Xian. At this moment, the seal that was silent in the depths of Lu Bingbing's soul seemed to be breaking. She only felt that Yi Xian's back was extremely familiar, as if she'd been endlessly entangled with it 10,000 lifetimes ago. A tear streaked across her cheek. She didn't know why she was crying, but the sorrow hidden in the depths of her soul was constantly gnawing at her heart. Chapter 1062. Untainted by the mortal world and indifferent to the past, everything in the mortal world had become the past. Although the mortal world was still the mortal world, it no longer had anything to do with Yi Xian. The last stop, the Blood Sea battlefield. Rising from the ashes and reviving from death, Yi Xian walked out of the Blood Sea battlefield. Everything started there and everything would end there. Heartbreak Mountain. Endless time passed and the once destroyed mountain range revived again. The undulating mountain range was like a long dragon of heaven and earth, as if it was telling the ancient and antiquated past. Under the ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi and Landia sat cross-legged. There were no obvious waves around them. They seemed to be in the mortal world, but also seemed to be isolated from the mortal world. Is it really safe here? Taoist Landia whispered. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This is Yi Xian's hometown. It's safest for us to hide here, Zhen Yuanzi whispered. When can you pass the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way? Landia frowned. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Zhen Yuanzi repeated the word difficult 3 times. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. He had no clue about the so-called 8 tribulations of the heavenly way. Moreover, he was not prepared to pass the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way. Actually, you and I were both wrong back then. If we had helped Yi Xian, would things have ended up like this today? Landia sighed. You're wrong. The grudge between us is too deep. After all, we have to settle it. The battle back then was also destined, Zhen Yuanzi whispered helplessly. But you don't have the confidence to pass the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way. Are we going to hide here forever? Landia frowned. What if we don't hide? Are we going to stay in the untainted land and wait for Yi Xian to kill us? Zhen Yuanzi said coldly. For a moment, the two of them were speechless. There was only a kind of oppressive atmosphere growing. Their hearts were heavy. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. A figure appeared out of thin air and walked towards the 2 people under the ginseng fruit tree. Who? Taoist Landia's expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked towards the figure, but when he saw Yi Xian's familiar face, Taoist Landia's face instantly turned pale, and the aura around him suddenly stopped. Yi Xian! Daoist Landya exclaimed in horror. He suddenly stood up from the ginseng fruit tree. His body and mind were trembling to the extreme, and a great fear was growing in his heart. On the other hand, Jin Yuanzi. His brows were tightly knitted together as he looked at Yi Xian with a grave expression. He never expected that Yi Xian would actually find this place. He strolled forward, untainted by even a speck of dust. There was no killing intent around Yi Xian until he came under the ginseng fruit tree. He casually plucked a ginseng fruit and ate it leisurely, as if he was tasting the delicious taste of the ginseng fruit. The fruit is sweet, but your heart is bitter. Am I right, master? Yi Xian sat down cross-legged, and a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Jin Yuanzi. What do you want? Jin Yuanzi frowned, and his body was extremely stiff. A great fear flashed across his eyes. Heartbroken Mountain is the place where you and I met, and also the place where we were fated to be. In fact, every time I calm down, I will recall the past when you and I were together. Yi Xian whispered faintly, as if he was immersed in his memories. In fact, I returned to the human world to find you. Because I walked all over the untainted land, I did not find any trace of you. I guess that you should also be in the human world. Yi Xian looked at Jin Yuanzi faintly. You want to kill me? Jin Yuanzi, no, it was better to call him Yuan Ling, because Jin Yuanzi was just his alias in the untainted land. Shouldn't I kill you? Yi Xian smiled faintly. You should kill me, and I admit that I am no match for you. But if I want to leave, you may not be able to stop me. Yuan Ling said coldly. You can't leave. Look at your 5 villages temple. Yi Xian casually plucked a ginseng fruit and put it into his mouth again. The entire 5 villages temple had been covered by the power of time and space. Yuan Ling's expression suddenly changed, and his aura became extremely malicious. His eyes were already red, and it was obvious that he wanted to fight Yi Xian to the death. Yuan Ling, give up. You know that you are no match for me. Even if you fight with your life on the line, you will be the one to die in the end. Yi Xian said faintly. The power of time and space and the power of nirvana surrounded his body. He did not need to reveal his own cultivation. Just these 2 supreme powers were enough to make Yuan Ling and Landya feel despair. You have actually cultivated the power of nirvana? Yuan Ling roared in shock, and then he became silent. Only a great bitterness flashed across his eyes. He did not expect Yi Xian to have cultivated the immortal scripture to such a level. Wrong, I have only condensed a wisp of the nirvana origin. It will take some time to use the power of nirvana, Yi Xian said softly. Do it. Suddenly, Yuan Ling roared and slammed his palm toward Yi Xian. The terrifying 7 tribulations of the heavenly way bloomed to the extreme, and Landya directly took out the immortal flying saber. The 2 of them violently attacked Yi Xian, intending to severely injure him. Buzz! The power of time and space swayed slightly, and all the attacking means of the 2 of them disappeared. Yi Xian flicked his finger and directly sent the 2 of them flying. From the beginning to the end, they did not leave the ginseng fruit tree. Bang! Yuan Ling and Landya fell heavily to the ground, causing the entire 5 villages temple to shake. Yi Xian's attack was too terrifying. Although it did not cause a scene of destruction, the power in it directly caused the 2 of them to suffer heavy injuries. Master, didn't I tell you before? You are no match for me, Yi Xian said with a frown. Although Yuan Ling's cultivation was stronger than Luo Ho's, his cultivation was only instilled in him by Yi Xian in the past. It was not cultivated by himself. Moreover, Luo Ho had already cultivated a wisp of the power of karma, which had completely surpassed Yuan Ling. Besides his cultivation, Yuan Ling did not have any means to fight against Yi Xian. What do you want? Yuan Ling struggled to get up from the ground. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Although the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly way was constantly surging, it was suppressed in the small 5 villages temple by Yi Xian's power of time and space. Yi Xian sat cross-legged under the ginseng fruit tree. He looked at Yuan Ling indifferently and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Actually, according to my original intention, today is your death. I also want to kill you very much. But..." Yi Xian paused slightly when he said this. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He had not killed Yuan Ling yet because he thought of his future self. In the past, his future self had once told him that he must not kill Yuan Ling, otherwise, it would be too late for him to regret it. Yi Xian had always remembered this sentence in his heart. He had never forgotten it until today. He also believed that his future self would not lie to him. There must be a great secret behind it. Chapter 1063. However, Yi Xian's heart was telling him that he really wanted to kill Yuan Ling. Therefore, he was hesitating whether he should kill Yuan Ling or not. Phew! Suddenly, under the nervous gazes of Yuan Ling and Landia, Yi Xian slowly exhaled. In the end, he didn't kill Yuan Ling because the warning of his future self still affected him. "I can spare your life, but I need you to answer a few of my questions," Yi Xian said in a low voice. You won't kill me." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yuan Ling was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe his ears. If there was anyone in the world who understood Yi Xian the most, Yuan Ling dared to say that it was definitely himself. This was because he was the one who nurtured Yi Xian and watched him walk all the way to where he was today. No one knew Yi Xian's temperament and methods better than Yuan Ling. Now, Yi Xian actually said that he wouldn't kill him. Yuan Ling simply couldn't believe it. This was simply a fantasy. "Yi Xian, what do you want?" Yuan Ling looked at Yi Xian with a serious expression. He knew his disciple too well. Yi Xian definitely didn't spare his life because of some master-disciple relationship, much less out of pity. "Luo Ho told me your origins. Now, as long as you answer a few of my questions, I can spare your life," Yi Xian said softly. "Luo Ho?" Yuan Ling said with a gloomy expression, "What do you want to know?" Buzz. Suddenly, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and the bronze Immortal Sutra appeared. Yi Xian casually flipped through the pages of the sutra and the small cauldron on the pages appeared in Yuan Ling's eyes. "I want to know the origin of this small cauldron and the Immortal Sutra," Yi Xian said bluntly. "Heaven-breaking cauldron?" Yuan Ling's expression changed greatly. He was still in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. "Impossible, how is this possible? The heaven-breaking cauldron is a product of the chaotic world. How did you get it? Could it be that Pangu also stole the heaven-breaking cauldron?" Yuan Ling murmured in a trembling voice. Looking at Yuan Ling's shocked expression, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The other party really did know the origin of the small cauldron. "Tell me, where did this little cauldron come from? What does it have to do with the immortal scripture?" Yi Xian said in a low voice. The mysterious small cauldron was of great help to Yi Xian. His Tribulation Transcender transformation, the Tribulation Transcender Devour, and even the Nirvana battle armor were all obtained from the 3 mysterious small cauldrons. Every time he obtained a small cauldron, it would bring him a heaven-defying opportunity. These 3 small cauldrons were of great help to him. Without these 3 small cauldrons, perhaps Yi Xian would have died many years ago. This cauldron is called the Heaven-Breaking Cauldron. It's the supreme treasure of the Immortal Heaven Palace. Yuan Ling seemed to be immersed in his memories and began to introduce the origin of the mysterious small cauldron. The legend of the primal chaos. The Immortal Heaven Lord was able to create the Immortal Sutra because of the heaven-breaking cauldron. It was also because of these 3 small cauldrons that the Immortal Sutra could be created. It was also because of these 3 small cauldrons that the immortal Heaven Lord obtained the great fortune of reversing the chaotic world and became the strongest existence in the chaotic world. Moreover, there was a legend in the chaotic world that the heaven-breaking cauldron was divided into 9 cauldrons. The immortal Heaven Lord had 3 cauldrons, and the whereabouts of the other 6 cauldrons were unknown. If someone could gather all 9 heaven-breaking cauldrons, he would dominate the entire chaotic world and become the one and only person in history. Of course, this was just a legend, and no one knew whether this legend was true or not. However, this legend had been circulating in the chaotic world. Hearing Yuan Ling's description, Yi Xian's eyes lit up slightly. He had long known that the mysterious small cauldron was not simple, but he did not expect it to have such a great origin. So, these 3 small cauldrons belong to the immortal Heaven Lord? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. It shouldn't be wrong. If I'm not wrong, the reason why Pangu could enter the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao so quickly must have a great relationship with these 3 small cauldrons. But I didn't expect that Pangu not only stole the immortal scripture and the heaven-destroying halberd, but also stole the 3 small cauldrons of the immortal Heaven Lord. Yuan Ling said in a low voice, and looked at Yi Xian with an extremely complicated expression. Because he finally understood at this moment that Yi Xian could reach this stage today, these 3 heaven-breaking cauldrons must have helped him a lot. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian escape from his control? Laughable, truly laughable. I never imagined that after racking my brains to foster you, I just happened to miss out on this heaven-breaker cauldron, causing me to fall to this state today. Yuan Ling laughed in self-ridicule, and her eyes were filled with bitterness. Looking at Yuan Ling's decadent appearance, Yi Xian said with a calm face, Yuan Ling, do you know why you lost? Where did I lose? Yuan Ling laughed mockingly, Yi Xian, don't be complacent. If you didn't happen to obtain these 3 heaven-breaking cauldrons, you wouldn't be able to reach this stage today, and you wouldn't have the qualifications to talk to me here. Ha! Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was filled with disdain. This disdain was directed at the elemental spirit, causing the elemental spirit to clench his fists tightly. He could completely feel Yi Xian's disdain for him. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Yuan Ling roared angrily. Luo Ho is right. You are too good at scheming. You don't have an invincible heart, and you can't really examine yourself. Yi Xian said contemptuously. Luo Ho is nothing. Among the 3,000 demon gods, he is still below me. Even in the chaotic world, Luo Ho had to respectfully call me Lord Yuan Ling when he saw me. Yuan Ling roared angrily. He could tolerate anyone's disregard, but Yi Xian's disregard for him at this moment made him extremely angry. The disciple he had personally cultivated was ridiculing him at this moment. This kind of thing simply made Yuan Ling's heart explode, and he roared angrily at Yi Xian. So, this is where you are inferior to Luo Ho. Yi Xian said lightly. Where am I inferior to Luo Ho? Yuan Ling's face turned red. He admitted that he was not Yi Xian's opponent, but Yi Xian actually said that he was inferior to Luo Ho. This was simply unacceptable. In the battle between the 3,000 demon gods and Pangu, Yuan Ling snatched the immortal scripture and the heaven-destroying halberd. This was your greatest opportunity, but you didn't dare to practice this cultivation method because you were afraid. You were afraid of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. You were afraid of dying under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. That's why I appeared in the end. You wanted me to make a wedding dress for you. You wanted me to help you cross the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and even fulfill your wish. Of course, you were very successful. Now you also have the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. But didn't you realize that you were afraid of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao? You didn't condense an invincible heart at all, let alone cross the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and become the saint of all beings. Yi Xian said a lot, directly hitting Yuan Ling's vital points. It also made Yuan Ling's face turn pale. He was completely stunned on the spot. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Each tribulation is life and death. Every tribulation is not only an increase in cultivation, but also a process of condensing an invincible heart. Yuan Ling, even if you schemed for endless time, even if I returned all the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao to you, take a look at yourself now. Do you look like an expert? You can't unleash the combat strength of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao because you haven't experienced the death tribulation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, Yi Xian scolded coldly and angrily. Do you know why you're inferior to me and Luo Ho? Yi Xian said coldly. Why? Yuan Ling murmured. Because you're afraid of death. You're extremely afraid of death. It's also because of your fearful nature that you've always been hiding in the 3 realms. You only want to scheme against me to achieve your goal. But you've forgotten something very important. On the path to becoming the strongest of all time, you can only rely on yourself. Without experiencing many trials, how can you become the saint of all saints? How can you step onto the path to becoming the strongest of all time? From the very beginning, you've walked down the wrong path. You've never understood the true essence of cultivation. That's why I said you're inferior to Luo Ho. Yi Xian's words were like the morning bell and evening drum, fiercely striking Yuan Ling's ears. This also made Yuan Ling speechless. His body trembled unconsciously. Let's not talk about me giving you the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Even if I pass the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao to become the saint of all saints, so what if I give you all my cultivation? You don't have an invincible heart. The power of the saint of all saints will still cause your Tao heart to explode. Because you haven't experienced the tribulations of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, you can't control the power of the saint of all saints. Yi Xian fiercely criticized Yuan Ling, but Yuan Ling was completely silent. It was unknown what he was thinking. Chapter 1064. Silence, a soundless silence. The entire 5th manor fell into silence. Only Yuan Ling's body was unconsciously trembling. Taoist brother, he is right, we. Landyeth smiled sadly, unable to continue his words. I lost. Yuan Ling slowly raised his head, as if he had aged in an instant. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze towards Yi Xian gradually calmed down. I didn't lose to you, I lost to myself. Yuan Ling smiled bleakly. All of his ambitions dissipated at this moment, and his eyes were filled with confusion towards the future. Just as Yi Xian said, he was too good at scheming and had completely walked on a fork in the road. He had forgotten that only strength was eternal, and he did not have the courage to face death. On the road to becoming the saint of all saints, there were too many bumps and tribulations, and it was also filled with the danger of death. It was a pity that he did not even have the courage to face it. In the end, he would only be a skeleton under the feet of others. Yi Xian, kill me. Yuan Ling calmly said, putting down all of his grievances and all of his ambitions. He silently looked at Yi Xian in front of him, and there was only a hint of relief in his eyes. I really want to kill you, but someone told me that if I kill you, I will regret it in the future. I believe this person's words, so I won't kill you. Yi Xian calmly said. Disciple, regardless of whether you recognize me as your master or not, Yuan Ling, have always regarded you as my disciple in my heart. You are also my greatest pride. I don't have great willpower, nor great wisdom, and I don't have the courage to face calamities. My life can be said to be a failure, but my greatest success is to cultivate you, to cultivate a saint of all saints, to cultivate a disciple who may be able to surpass the undying God Lord. Ha ha ha. Yuan Ling laughed wildly. As he laughed, tears flowed out of his eyes. These were tears of joy, tears of pride, and even more so, tears of relief. So what if I become the saint of all saints? So what if I can return to the chaotic world? In the end, I can only submit to others. However, it doesn't matter. Even though I am a mediocre person, I have a good disciple who dares to compete against the strongest in the world. He can take one step at a time and become the brightest star in the universe. Yuan Ling was laughing wildly. His face was already covered in tears. He finally woke up today and knew what he wanted. Yuan Ling was just one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. Yuan Ling was just a pawn of the immortal God Lord. He was just mediocre in the chaotic world. But so what? He cultivated a good disciple. His disciple would climb to the top step by step. His disciple would take one step at a time and step into the 9 heavens. Sooner or later, he would become the strongest in the universe. A long time later, when everyone looked up to Yi Xian, his name, Yuan Ling, would be recorded in the history of all heavens forever. Because he was the master of Yi Xian, and this honor was unprecedented. This was the greatest pride in his life. Buzz. Suddenly, Yuan Ling waved his hand and a starlight compass appeared. He solemnly handed the starlight compass to Yi Xian, with a solemn look on his face. Disciple, I can't give you anything more. This chaotic compass is my last treasure. It marks the area of the chaotic world, so you won't get lost in the chaotic world. Now I'll give it to you. Yuan Ling said softly. Looking at the starlight compass in Yuan Ling's hand, Yi Xian's expression was a little complicated. The two had been entangled for more than 3 million years, and now they had finally resolved all the grievances. Yi Xian's eyes were a little erratic. His memories were surging, as if bringing him back to the distant past. That year, Yi Xian was only 14 years old. He was terminally ill and his life had come to a dead end. He just wanted to die alone in the deep mountains and forests. What's your name? That year, Yuan Ling appeared in front of him. Yi Xian, Yi as in Zhuya, Xian as in Xianyuan. Are you willing to worship me as your master? Yuan Ling asked. I'm willing. Yi Xian said. Well, from today on, you are my disciple, Yuan Ling. You will get a new life from now on. That year, in the Heartbroken Mountain, Yuan Ling took Yi Xian, who was still a teenager, step by step into the Bloody Sea battlefield, and started the legendary life of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was in a trance and filled with emotion. Even though this memory had gone through more than 3 million years, it had never been forgotten by him. Without you, there would be no me. No matter how much resentment there was between you and me, you are still my master. This has never changed. Yi Xian solemnly bowed to Yuan Ling, ha ha ha. Yuan Ling was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Tears kept falling from his eyes because Yi Xian could call him master. This was his greatest gratification and pride. Everything else was no longer important. What saint of all saints? What immortal scripture? All of these were no longer important to Yuan Ling. At this moment, he pinned all his hopes on Yi Xian, because he would be proud of Yi Xian, and this was enough. Go, my disciple. You have to rely on yourself in the future. I have been wrong for more than 3 million years, and I will not continue to be wrong in the future. On the day you become the saint of all saints, I will give you the last big gift. Yuan Ling's eyes were firm, as if he had decided on something important at this moment. The resentment of the past is written off. If you are willing, I will take you home in the future. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and walked out of the 5th manor with large strides. His entire body also disappeared from the eyes of the origin spirit. Go home. Yuan Ling whispered in a daze, and a touch of gentleness flashed across his eyes. Brother, are you really going to give that thing to him? Landya frowned. Landya, you and I have known each other for countless years. We can be said to be brothers. Today, I have woken up from my dream. This thing is useless to me. Only in the hands of my disciple can it help him pass through the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Yuan Ling said softly. But this is the treasure to pass through the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. If you give it to him, then won't you? Landya said in a trembling voice. So what if I pass through it? Yuan Ling laughed at himself. He looked at the direction where Yi Xian disappeared and muttered, I am just a mediocre person after all. I can't pass through the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. I put all my hopes on him, and this is enough. Taoist brother, you've taken in a good disciple. Taoist Luya sighed and finally stopped questioning Yuan Ling's decision. Yes, I have indeed taken in a good disciple. I did not expect that the disciple that I have been scheming against would be the most successful thing that I have done in my life. I will also be proud of him. Yuan Ling smiled gently. Chapter 1065. The 33rd Celestial Court, the Celestial Worthy Palace. The palace had no roof and the stars were spread out. Large stars rotated in the Tai-Hao starry sky. Strands of starlight sprinkled down, illuminating the entire Celestial Worthy Palace. Yi Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up at the Tai-Hao starry sky without any ripples. No one knew what he was thinking. Yuan Ling. Alas! Yi Xian let out a long sigh. He was filled with emotions. He did not know whether it was right or wrong for him to not kill Yuan Ling. However, when he saw that Yuan Ling had let go of all grievances, his killing intent towards him gradually disappeared. No matter what, if Yuan Ling had not appeared that year, he would have only faced death. He would have become a skeleton in the heartbroken mountain. It was the origin spirit that had changed the trajectory of his life. Even though he'd returned all of his cultivation to the origin spirit and completely severed the karma between the two of them, Yi Xian still hadn't forgotten the kindness in his heart. When did I become so sad? Yi Xian laughed at himself. No matter what his attitude towards Yuan Ling was, it was because his future self had told him that Yuan Ling could not be killed. Yi Xian could not trust anyone but himself. What should come will come, and what should be faced will be faced. I have already prepared for the 8th tribulation of the heavenly way. Let me see how the will of the heavenly way will destroy me. On this day, Yi Xian walked out of the celestial worthy palace. His spiritual qi had been raised to the extreme. The imposing qi that shook the heavens and the earth spread throughout the entire untainted world. Rumble. The celestial worthy palace went out and everything fell silent. In the untainted world, Yi Xian stood between the heavens and the earth. The imposing and boundless light burst forth. The terrifying power of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly way caused the entire untainted world to rumble and shake. All living things were silent, and the world was terrified. They knew that the undying heavenly sovereign, Yi Xian, wanted to fight against heaven. His aura caused all of them to tremble. They didn't know what the result of this battle would be. What is heaven? What do you mean? Yi Xian whispered in the sky. The light around him was so bright that it was impossible to look at him directly. However, his voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. The Tao mercilessly buries the souls of the dead in all ages. The heavenly Tao mercilessly oppresses all living things. Yi Xian has experienced 3,318,542 years. Today, he is fighting against the heavenly Tao in the vast universe. Rumble. The world shook and all living things were horrified. Yi Xian's voice rumbled through the untainted world. His aura that could fight against the heavenly Tao rolled out, causing the entire universe to gradually dim. This was Yi Xian's invitation to battle, and also his invincible will. He completely released his cultivation and caused the will of the heavenly Tao to descend. This was because he wanted to fight against the heavenly Tao and completely overcome his 8th tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Crack. Millions of bolts of lightning streaked across the world. The rumbling of thunder caused the untainted world to tremble. It was as if Yi Xian's actions had angered the heavenly Tao. An extremely oppressive aura appeared in the untainted world. For a moment. Whether it was the celestial court of the untainted world, or even Luo Ho and Yuan Ling, all of them were watching this shocking battle through the endless void. The world shook and all living things were silent. Yi Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was waiting for the eighth tribulation of the heavenly Tao to descend. However, after 3 days and 3 nights, there was still no change in the world. It was as if it was afraid of Yi Xian's power. A person dared to fight against the heavenly Tao. This was simply an unprecedented event. It would definitely be remembered by all living things forever. The sun rose and the moon set. The stars moved. Yi Xian's aura continued to rise. His cultivation at the peak of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao had already rushed into the 8th tribulation. Yi Xian's aura also became more and more terrifying. Bang! 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 The world collapsed and the void was destroyed. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared. The power that Yi Xian released seemed to be able to destroy the world. That earth-shattering power made people's souls tremble. Bang! 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 The killing sound of the heavenly Tao came. Heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers were destroyed. A face that covered the world appeared in the sky. The face that was formed by clouds and mist exuded a merciless and terrifying killing intent. This was the manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao. It nurtured the extremely terrifying killing intent of the heavenly Tao and gathered the power of the entire untainted world. Come and fight. Rumble. Yi Xian roared at the sky. He flipped his hand and the heaven-destroying halberd was in his hand. Black lightning raged in all directions and the Nirvana battle armor appeared. Buzz. The space-time tree swayed between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Wisps of space-time power surrounded his body. An aura that could shatter the world erupted from Yi Xian's body. Pangu. The way of heaven spoke. In the luminous sun-starry sky, a towering giant was walking towards the untainted world step by step. With every step he took, the heavens and earth shook to the extreme. The aura that could suppress and destroy all things was simply shocking. Yi Xian, today I will bury you between heaven and earth. Rumble. The real body of Pangu took a step forward and appeared in the untainted world. However, the voice came from ancestor Hongjun. Pangu's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. It was not as simple as the physical body formed by the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Above the sky, in the universe, Yi Xian and the real body of Pangu stood facing each other. The extremely terrifying aura shattered the world and turned the world around them into a vacuum. The 12 drops of Pangu's blood essence turned into a physical body. The 3 pure ones turned into Pangu's primordial spirit. The will of ancestor Hongjun and the will of heaven and earth were added to the real body of Pangu. It was as if the great god Pangu who had fallen in the past had really reappeared. Terrifying, too terrifying. Pangu's physical body was like a glazed vitrine. One look at it and one would feel that it was indestructible. His lively eyes flashed with killing intent. The aura of the chaos coiled around his physical body. It was as if it was going to collapse the world. Hongjun, is this your technique? Yi Xian held the heaven-destroying halberd and looked indifferently at Pangu in front of him. There was no fear on his face. Yi Xian knew that Pangu would never come back to life if he died. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly way were not just empty words. It was impossible for Pangu to survive. Although ancestor Hongjun turned the 3 pure ones into Pangu's primordial spirit and combined it with Pangu's physical body and added the will of ancestor Hongjun, a fake was a fake. It was impossible for Pangu to reappear in the world. However, although the Pangu in front of him was fake, it gave Yi Xian an extremely terrifying pressure. He could feel a sense of death approaching him. After all, the combination of Pangu's primordial spirit and physical body was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It directly displayed 80% of Pangu's cultivation in the past. What's more, it contained the will of ancestor Hongjun. It was indeed powerful and terrifying. Obviously, this was ancestor Hongjun's last resort. It was also the strongest means of the will of the heavenly way. As long as Yi Xian could survive this tribulation, the so-called heavenly way would not pose a threat to him. Chapter 1066. Invincible Dharma, Pangu reappears. Yi Xian, what do you have to fight me? What do you have to fight heaven? You want to transcend the heavenly Tao? That's just wishful thinking. Tao ancestor Hongjun's voice echoed in the untainted land. The terrifying heavenly Tao rules raged in the sky. Pangu's boundless figure was too dazzling, and the power to collapse the world was simply shocking. I rose from humble beginnings and revived from death. It took me 3,318,542 years to reach the level of cultivation that I have today. This is the confidence that I, Yi Xian, have to fight heaven. Rumble. The heaven-destroying halberd rolled in the sky and pointed at Pangu's real body from the void. A domineering aura burst forth, and it was not much weaker than Pangu's real body. I am invincible, and I can suppress the world. Kill. Yi Xian struck out with his halberd, and this part of the world was penetrated, turning into an endless vacuum crack. The sky-piercing and earth-shaking edge went straight for Pangu's forehead. The aura of slaughter bloomed to the extreme, as if to destroy Pangu in one fell swoop. Destroy! Tao ancestor Hongjun roared in anger. Under his control, Pangu's real body rushed toward Yi Xian, and the brilliant fist light illuminated the untainted land. Clang! The fist and halberd collided, and the world collapsed. This was the collision of the strongest forces, and it also represented the peak power of the untainted land. Billions of miles of mountains and rivers were turned into ashes, and the stars in the luminous starry sky were falling. Bang! Yi Xian flew backward with the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand, and Pangu's real body was also sent flying. The two of them were evenly matched, but the power that burst forth was simply too terrifying. Again. Yi Xian's silver-white hair danced in the wind. The blood in his body blazed like a volcanic eruption, and the raging fighting spirit in his chest was completely ignited. Who said that the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao had to be resisted passively? Who said that they had to struggle at death's door to survive? Chaotic Sky 7 Killing Halberd. Yi Xian's halberd danced in the air as he unleashed the heaven and earth slaughtering grand art. His face revealed an unbridled expression as his roar reverberated through the sky. Clang! Clang! With me invincible, even the heavens and earth fear me. Yi Xian's halberd transformed into a river of stars that filled the sky as it crazily slashed towards Pangu. It directly caused Pangu to continuously retreat, completely suppressing him. Yi Xian had already condensed an invincible heart and displayed his invincible momentum. With the power of time and space, the heaven-destroying halberd and the nirvana battle physique, and a wisp of the nirvana origin, it would be out of character for him to passively endure the so-called 8 tribulations of the heavenly way. What are the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao? What life and death tempering? At this moment, in Yi Xian's opinion, all of this was bullshit. This was because he'd already condensed an invincible force and had the ability to fight against the heavens. In his opinion, the so-called 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was merely a battle that allowed him to sublimate to the extreme. Over 3 million years was a period of time that ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine. In these 3 million years, Yi Xian had experienced too many calamities before he was able to walk step by step to reach his current state. So what if it was the will of the heavenly Tao? So what if Pangu reappeared? None of this mattered in Yi Xian's eyes because he was truly invincible. The so-called 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao were beneath his contempt. Break through the tribulations, I am invincible. Yi Xian laughed maniacally. He struck out with his halberd and sent Pangu flying millions of miles away. The power of time and space left his hand and turned into a giant palm that slammed down on Pangu. Pangu and the heavenly Tao are nothing but clay chickens and dogs. Rumble. Yi Xian stepped down from the sky and appeared in front of Pangu in an instant. A strand of nirvana energy circled around the halberd and pierced through Pangu's chest, sending him flying into the sky. Fresh blood, cold and beautiful fresh blood. Pangu's real body roared repeatedly, but the nirvana energy was too terrifying. Even his flawless body couldn't withstand it and was nailed in the sky. Die for me. Bang! Yi Xian's fist smashed onto Pangu's head. As the sound of heaven and earth exploding rang out, Pangu let out a painful cry as he was sent flying once again. The heavenly punishing halberd was nailed firmly into his chest, causing him to suffer an extremely terrifying calamity. Terrifying. Too terrifying. It was terrifying to the extreme. When this scene appeared in the eyes of all the living beings in the untainted land, they all gasped and their eyes were filled with great fear. They couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone thought that this would be a battle of life and death for Yi Xian. They were all guessing whether Yi Xian could survive this tribulation, but they never thought that the battle would turn out like this. Celestial. Celestial Master. He. The 33rd Celestial Court. Kong Xian and the others trembled and murmured. They were watching the battle through the Yuanguang mirror, but everyone present was stupefied. They were completely stunned by Yi Xian's combat strength. Obviously, everyone was worried about Yi Xian. They didn't know whether Yi Xian could survive the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way. They were silently praying for Yi Xian. However, everyone forgot that Yi Xian was not the former Yi Xian. Although he was crossing the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way, his cultivation of more than 3 million years was not just for show. We're all wrong. We've all fallen into a huge misunderstanding. Suddenly, Ancestor Mingyi smiled bitterly and sighed. This also stunned the members of the Celestial Court. They didn't know the meaning of Ancestor Mingyi's words. Yes, Mingyi is right. In fact, we've all fallen into a huge misunderstanding. Donghuang Tai suddenly came to his senses and a touch of understanding flashed across his eyes. In fact, we've all underestimated the Holy Master. We've always thought that each of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way would bring him a life and death crisis. We're not the only ones who have fallen into this misunderstanding. Even Hongjun, who controls the real body of Pangu, has also fallen into this misunderstanding. Emperor Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. You mean? Kong Xian's eyes lit up, as if he had understood something. Along the way, Celestial Venerable has experienced the test of death in every tribulation. Every time, he is surrounded by danger. This also makes us and Hongjun think that Celestial Venerable is no match for the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Even Tao Ancestor Hongjun thinks so. Ancestor Mingyi also smiled and said, unfortunately, we and Tao Ancestor Hongjun are completely wrong. Although the Holy Master has been going through tribulations, he's also growing rapidly. Now, he doesn't put the heavenly way in his eyes. Even if Hongjun reappears in Pangu, he's no match for the Holy Master. Sky-killing halberd, nirvana armor, power of time and space, nirvana origin, and the Holy Master's cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way. With all these factors together, think carefully. How can the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way kill the Holy Master? Emperor Jun said with a smile. After more than 3 million years of tempering, the Holy Master has become invincible. The heavenly way can no longer restrain him. It's a pity that Tao Ancestor Hongjun didn't even think of this most obvious problem. He thought that with the support of the will of the heavenly way, he could kill the Holy Master by reappearing in Pangu. Isn't this a joke? Dong Huang Tai sneered. Chapter 1067. Actually, it's not just Hongjun. Didn't we just realize it too? Patriarch Nether River said with a self-deprecating smile. As their words fell, the 33rd Celestial Court was in an uproar. Everyone completely understood that they had underestimated Yi Xian all this time. Their own thinking had also fallen into a misunderstanding. In fact, as the few of them had said, all of them had fallen into a misunderstanding. The will of the heavenly Tao was indeed terrifying. With the reappearance of Pangu and the augmentation of the will of the heavenly Tao, the eighth tribulation of the heavenly Tao had descended on Yi Xian. However, no matter how strong the will of the heavenly Tao was, there was a limit. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and combat strength, he did not take the heavenly Tao seriously at all, let alone bring him a life-and-death calamity. The Nirvana armor was invulnerable. Although Yi Xian's body was no match for Pangu's 9 tribulations, he was not weak with the Nirvana armor protecting him. The heaven-vanquishing halberd was the #1 killing weapon in all of history. Its sharpness could completely injure Pangu's body. Furthermore, Yi Xian's cultivation had stepped into the 8th tribulation of the heavenly Tao. He also had the power of space-time and the Nirvana origin. With all these factors added together, it directly revealed the true terror of Yi Xian. How could the so-called Pangu and the will of the heavenly Tao be his match? To put it bluntly, if Pangu had not fallen in the past, Yi Xian and Pangu would have been in the 8th tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Pangu would not be a match for Yi Xian at all. And now, Pangu, who was fighting Yi Xian, was only a puppet. His cultivation level was only at the 8th tribulation of the heavenly Tao under the augmentation of the will of the heavenly Tao. Other than his body being slightly stronger than Yi Xian's, there was nothing he could surpass Yi Xian in. Bang! In the universe. Yi Xian punched through the sky and sent Pangu flying. The fist beam formed by the power of spacetime directly smashed Pangu's body into a bloody mess. Chi! The halberd crossed the sky and pierced through the world like a shooting star. It directly penetrated Pangu's heart. Blood spurted out and sprinkled in the firmament, making it look extremely miserable. Suppression, merciless suppression. Even though Tao ancestor Hong Jun had reappeared as Pangu, he did not even have the strength to fight back. He was directly crushed by Yi Xian between heaven and earth. Impossible. Impossible. I have the support of the will of the heavenly Tao. I have the reappearance of Pangu's true body. How can this be? How can this be? Pangu's blood splashed across the sky. Tao ancestor Hong Jun's sorrowful and trembling voice echoed through the world. Yi Xian, go to hell. Rumble. Tong Tian pierced through the ground. The qi of the heavenly Tao and the terrible holy light of the heavenly Tao poured down and all of them were instilled into Pangu's true body. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was screaming and roaring, and a terrible power was bursting out. It was an extremely sublime battle. Under the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, Pangu's aura was rising steadily. His broken body was recovering rapidly, and a bleak and heavy aura was bursting out. Open the sky. Suddenly, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's voice reverberated in the untainted land. The boundless firmament was gradually splitting open, and an ancient mottled axe was falling down. Open the sky axe. In a corner of the untainted land, Luo Ho suddenly stood up. He looked at the open the sky axe with a face full of horror, and great fear flashed across his eyes. 5 Villages Temple. Yuan Ling's face was pale, and Lanya's body was trembling. The two of them looked at the open the sky axe through the endless void, and an extremely oppressive aura was growing on them. How can this be? How can this be? Wasn't the open the sky axe broken in that battle? How can it reappear in the world? Yuan Ling was pacing anxiously. He couldn't believe his eyes, and words came out of his mouth in a trembling voice. That year. In the battle between the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods and Pangu, half of the Chaos Demon Gods died under the sky-splitting axe. Although the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods all died tragically, the sky-splitting axe was also destroyed without a trace. How could it reappear in the world today? Brother, don't forget that the so-called will of the heavenly Tao is Pangu's will. Although Pangu has fallen under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, this untainted land was transformed by Pangu. It's reasonable for the Open the Sky axe to reappear, Taoist Landyat said with a frown. No, my disciple definitely can't resist the Open the Sky axe. I have to give him a hand. Otherwise, he definitely won't be able to pass this tribulation. Yuan Ling said anxiously. When he turned his palm, a halo appeared, and the obscure aura distorted the world. Obviously, this was his biggest trump card, and also the gift he wanted to give to Yi Xian. Brother, you can't. The outcome hasn't been decided yet, so you can't use this treasure. Moreover, Yi Xian is now crossing the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Maybe he has a chance to turn things around. Landya hurriedly dissuaded him. Hearing Landya's words, Yuan Ling frowned. He knew that he was too impatient. As Landya said, it was not the time of life and death, so it was not appropriate to use this treasure. Buzz. The halo in Yuan Ling's hand disappeared, and he looked at the distant void again, looking at the Open the Sky axe's descent with a heavy gaze. In the universe, the world was silent. The Open the Sky axe finally fell and was held in Pangu's hand. An aura that could destroy everything burst out, and the vast and simple axe body was flickering with an indescribable cold light. Yi Xian, you can make the will of the heavenly Tao use the Open the Sky axe. You can be considered to have died a worthy death. Tao ancestor Hongjuan's voice was indifferent and emotionless, as if Yi Xian was destined to die today when the Open the Sky axe appeared. Above the sky, in the void, Yi Xian stood with the halberd in his hand. He looked at the Open the Sky axe in Pangu's hand in front of him without any ripples on his face, and his eyes were extremely calm. Open the sky. Tao ancestor Hongjun said majestically. The true body of Pangu held the axe with both hands, as if it was going to split the world. The cold light that broke the sky rose between heaven and earth, as if it could bury everything. Kill. Rumble. The Open the Sky axe fell mercilessly. The cold light that broke the sky annihilated the world, and it slashed toward Yi Xian with the power of eternal destruction. Small tricks, you can't even withstand a single blow. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed wildly. He raised the heaven-destroying halberd, and a cold light flashed on the halberd. The space-time tree rocked between his eyebrows, and a wisp of space-time power gathered on the heaven-destroying halberd. Break. Clang. Heaven and earth collapsed, and everything was annihilated. Yi Xian's halberd struck the Open the Sky axe, and the power that burst forth spread toward the untainted land. Rumble. The earth for hundreds of millions of miles was sinking, and the earth core fire was erupting. The luminous starry sky was exploding, and large stars were turning into ashes. Flaming stones fell from the sky, creating a scene of destruction. At the same time, something extremely terrifying and shocking happened. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian laughed wildly. He held the heaven-destroying halberd against the Open the Sky axe, while the Pangu real body held the Open the Sky axe and was in a stalemate with Yi Xian. The two weapons kept buzzing, and completely shattered the world around them. In the heavens and on the earth, only I am supreme. How can I, Yi Xian, care about a mere Open the Sky axe? Get lost. Yi Xian's roar shattered mountains and rivers, and he was domineering. The heaven-destroying halberd in his hand mercilessly crushed the Open the Sky axe and Pangu. Crack. The heaven and earth mysterious phenomenon appeared. Metal shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the heaven-opening axe. Following a loud explosion, the heaven-opening axe turned into a cold light that filled the sky and disappeared. Die. Rumble. The halberd pierced the sky, and the world was destroyed. Yi Xian was simply too powerful. His halberd shattered the sky axe, and he continued to attack Pangu without any reduction in power. No. Dao ancestor Hong Jun screamed in horror, and his voice was filled with extreme fear. Puff. The halberd pierced through the void of heaven and earth, and the halberd pierced Pangu's heart. This halberd firmly nailed Pangu in the sky, and the person holding the halberd was Yi Xian, who was invincible in the world. Heavenly Dao. Pangu. All of you, die. Yi Xian laughed wildly. The power of time and space gathered in his palm, and he slapped down on Pangu's heavenly spirit. The destructive aura was terrifying to the extreme. Heaven and earth collapsed, and all things were destroyed. Yi Xian's palm not only contained the power of time and space, but also his cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. There was also a trace of the power of nirvanic extermination in it. Who in the untainted world could block his attack? Bang! Pangu's body exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. This entire area was blasted apart by Yi Xian, and only the bloody mist that filled the sky continued to sprinkle down. Qi! 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 12 drops of Pangu's blood essence appeared, and the 3 pure primordial spirits floated up and down. Dao ancestor Hong Jun fled into the distance like a stray dog. You want to leave? Have you asked me for permission? Rumble. The world changed, and the stars moved. Yi Xian smiled cruelly. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and the world was distorted to the extreme. Dao ancestor Hong Jun's escaping figure also appeared strangely in front of him. Crack! Yi Xian's 5 fingers were like mountains that supported the heavens as they grabbed onto Dao ancestor Hong Jun's throat. He directly lifted Dao ancestor Hong Jun into the air, and a vicious smile appeared on the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Chapter 1068. The world was dead silent, and all living beings were speechless. Silence, silence, dead silence. Looking around the firmament and overlooking the untainted land, all the sounds disappeared at this moment. Only Yi Xian's proud figure in the firmament became the brightest star. Heavenly Master. The firmament was shaking, the mountains were roaring, and the Buzhou mountain was rumbling. The members of the 33rd Celestial Court were shouting. Their eyes were full of reverence, and they were cheering for Yi Xian's defeat of the way of heaven. How could it be just the 33rd Celestial Court? Look at the untainted land, look at all the living beings. At this moment, their eyes were full of reverence. They all bowed down and kowtowed to Yi Xian in the firmament, and called out the name of the Heavenly Master. Heaven and earth respected and worshipped by all living beings. This was the general trend that Yi Xian had experienced for more than 3 million years. At this moment, he was truly invincible between heaven and earth. Looking around the untainted land, who could be his opponent? Above the firmament, in the universe. Dao ancestor Hong Jun's face was pale. He wanted to break free from Yi Xian's control, but Yi Xian in front of him was too terrifying and unbeatable. He had no power to resist at all. You are the way of heaven, and you control heaven and earth. Yi Xian's 5 fingers were clutching Dao ancestor Hong Jun's throat. His expression was very calm, and his voice was calm. He only looked at Dao ancestor Hong Jun with indifference. Yi Xian. You dare to kill me. The will of the way of heaven will send a great calamity to you. Dao ancestor Hong Jun trembled and roared as he was gripped by Yi Xian's 5 fingers. His eyes were filled with unprecedented fear because he could feel death approaching him. Death. These 2 simple words had always been ignored by Hong Jun, because he was the strongest person under the way of heaven. He did not know what death was. But now, he felt it, and he truly understood the meaning of death. Hong Jun was very afraid. He was very afraid. He was afraid that he would die. He was afraid that his soul would scatter. He was even more afraid of Yi Xian at this moment. I can see fear in your eyes. This is the fear of death, Yi Xian said calmly. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. You. Don't do anything rash. I'm acting on behalf of the heavens. If you kill me, the will of the heavens. Before Tao ancestor Hong Jun could finish speaking, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. He looked up at the sky and said calmly, "Look at the sky. Does it dare to stop me from killing you?" "No, no way." Tao ancestor Hong Jun roared with a trembling voice. Only now did he realize that the world had become clear. The will of the heavenly Tao had completely retreated, and even the mighty power that was supporting him had disappeared without a trace. Why? Why did you give up on me? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Could it be that even you are unable to keep him in check? Tao ancestor Hong Jun screamed miserably. He looked up at the sky and called for the will of the heavenly Tao to descend. However, the world was calm. The so-called will of the heavenly Tao seemed to have completely disappeared. Look, it's afraid of me. Even the heavens are afraid of me. Do you understand now? Yi Xian retracted his gaze from the sky and revealed a smile on his face. This smile had been hidden in Yi Xian's heart for a very, very long time. It had been more than 3 million years. The world is destroyed, but I am not destroyed. All things die, but I am not dead. Transcending the heavenly Tao and becoming the saint of saints has always been my dream. This dream is about to be realized. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it anymore, Yi Xian whispered calmly. Bang! No. Tao ancestor Hong Jun let out a mournful cry. However, his head was forcefully twisted off by Yi Xian and directly crushed in Yi Xian's hand. The power of space and time twisted Tao ancestor Hong Jun's body into a bloody mist that filled the sky, causing his soul to scatter between heaven and earth. Mountains of white bones and corpses, on both sides of the sea of blood, there are too many corpses of my enemies under my feet. You, Hong Jun, are just one of them. Why do you have to die unwillingly? Yi Xian stood proudly in the sky. The heaven-destroying halberd circled around him. He looked at the bloody mist floating in the sky and whispered calmly. There was no joy or excitement in his eyes. Killing Hong Jun was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian at this moment. Just as Luo Ho had said before, Hong Jun was just a cowardly person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. He did not have an invincible heart. In order to become a venerable ancestor, he chose to merge with the heavens. In the end, he was just an ant. Rumble. Yi Xian took a step forward and appeared directly in the celestial court. He sat on the celestial emperor's throne while the immortals and monster kings sat below him. Pass on my decree. A grand meeting of the heavens and earth will be held 10,000 years later. All Daluo Jingxian may participate. I will impart my teachings for 3,000 years. Those who have great fortune and wisdom can become officials of the celestial court. This was the celestial emperor's decree. Yi Xian's voice reverberated through the eldritch wilderness. The immortals and monster kings all chanted Yi Xian's name, causing the entire eldritch wilderness to tremble. Heaven and earth quaked and all living things trembled. Golden decrees were issued from the celestial court. Regardless of whether they were from major or minor orthodoxies, quasi-saints, or grand heavenly immortals, they all received invitations. This was a grand event of the heavens and earth, an unprecedented grand event. After experiencing a battle with the heavens, Yi Xian had completely transformed into an invincible existence between heaven and earth. Invincible between heaven and earth. These words sounded simple, but no one had dared to carry them forward since the creation of the world. That was until Yi Xian's appearance that these words finally became true. The strong were always strong, and the weak were like dogs. This was an eternal truth. When Yi Xian became invincible between heaven and earth, all living things felt nothing but reverence in their hearts. They all began to prepare for the grand meeting 10,000 years later. 10,000 immortals. Monster kings worshipping him? No, no, no. It should be said that heaven and earth revered him, and all living things paid homage to him. Stone statues of celestial venerable Yi were erected in the eldritch wilderness and worshipped by all living things. Yi Xian had truly achieved invincibility and become an invincible existence between heaven and earth. The celestial venerable palace. The palace had no roof, and the sky was filled with stars. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air as strands of starlight sprinkled down, illuminating his body without a single speck of dust. An obscure aura circled around him. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The spacetime of the entire celestial worthy palace was distorted to the extreme, and it seemed even more illusory. 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he felt the strength within his body, and even more so, was consolidating his cultivation. Shackles, suppression, and the trembling of the soul. I actually feel fear. Yi Xian strolled in the celestial worthy palace. His brows were tightly knitted together because when he stepped into the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and settled his body and mind, he had a feeling that there was a sharp knife at his throat that could take his life at any time. This feeling made Yi Xian extremely depressed. His soul could not help but tremble. His cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was stagnant. There seemed to be a door in front of him. If he dared to open this door, he would suffer a calamity of certain death. Chapter 1069. Are the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao so terrifying? Yi Xian frowned as a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. He was unable to calm down, and the trembling in his heart made him feel extremely heavy. It had never happened before, it had really never happened before. Even when the 3 tribulations were about to befall him, Yi Xian's heart was only filled with despair and unwillingness. The word fear would not appear at all. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian had already forgotten what fear felt like. He was too unfamiliar with this word, so unfamiliar that he had almost forgotten it. But now, Yi Xian felt fear, and the source of this fear was the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. To make a simple analogy, it was as if a mortal had been thrown into a beast cage, and a fierce tiger had appeared in front of him. It was looking at the mortal fiercely, as if it would tear the mortal apart at any time and swallow him alive into its stomach. At this moment, Yi Xian was feeling this way. No, my heart is too chaotic. If I don't overcome this fear, I'm afraid that before the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao descend, I'll have an inner demon of fear. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes focused. The immortal scripture circulated violently, and that wisp of nirvanic origin surged in his body. The space-time tree swayed between his eyebrows. He tried his best to stabilize his mind, and only then did he relax a little. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao are too terrifying. What kind of horror does it contain? Yi Xian murmured, his eyes deep to the extreme. Thousands of tribulations, tens of thousands of difficulties, wandering between life and death. Yi Xian had already experienced too many ups and downs, but there had never been any that made him so uneasy. Yi Xian trusted his intuition. He could feel that the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao would be the greatest death tribulation in his life. This was much more terrifying than the 3 tribulations. It's better to prepare for a rainy day than to nip the problem in the bud. I should have made preparations early, Yi Xian whispered solemnly. The so-called 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was just a general term. They were not just tribulations sent down by the heavenly Tao. The 9th tribulation had long surpassed the heavenly Tao. It was a tribulation of certain death. Yi Xian understood one thing very well. The so-called Great Tao of the primitive world was incomplete. This was only a world created by Pangu. Back then, Pangu had fallen in the ninth tribulation. The horror of this was simply unimaginable. I have to first stabilize my cultivation base for the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. More importantly, I have to erase the fear I have for the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. That's what I need to do now, Yi Xian murmured. But before that, I need these people to come here. Perhaps I can get some useful information from them. Yi Xian fixed his eyes and casually shot out a few golden beams, which shot towards different parts of the primitive world. Lingtai Fansuan Mountain, Slanting Moon and 3 Stars Cave. Patriarch Subodhi sat cross-legged in the void. His entire body seemed ethereal until a ray of golden light appeared in front of him, causing him to open his eyes. Alas! Patriarch Subodhi let out a long sigh. He held the golden jade slip in his hand and learned the information contained in it. What will come will come. Yi Xian has already become invincible. It seems that I can't avoid the disturbances of the outside world. This time, he personally invited me to the heaven and earth meeting. If I don't go, I'll incur his hatred. Patriarch Subodhi shook his head with a wry smile. In the land of nothingness, the mortal world was in turmoil. A 12-petaled black lotus of annihilation was in full bloom. Luoho sat cross-legged on the black lotus of annihilation, holding a golden jade slip in his hand. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, the extinction of all living things. Yi Xian, have you finally felt it? Luoho smiled. He waved the golden jade slip away and closed his eyes to cultivate again. Luoho was a very proud person. When he was defeated by Yi Xian, he swore to surpass Yi Xian. He would never submit to Yi Xian. However, he had to go to the heaven and earth meeting in person because he had to give Yi Xian face. This had nothing to do with the grudges between them. It was just the admiration of an opponent. Moreover, Yi Xian was ahead of him. When Yi Xian transcended the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, this would be a reference for him. Under the ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuang Monastery, Yuan Ling's face was solemn. He also held a golden jade slip in his hand. He looked in the direction of the 33rd layer of the celestial court and let out a long sigh. I didn't expect my disciple to invite me. It seems that this heaven and earth meeting is also preparing for the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, Yuan Ling said with a complicated expression. Brother, do you think he can transcend the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao? Lanjia asked with a frown. Yes, I believe he can. Yuan Ling said firmly with an indescribable expression on his face. But brother, don't forget that we witnessed the terror of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao in the past. Pangu also fell under the 9 tribulations. I'm afraid that Yi Xian. Lanjia said worriedly. Therefore, we have to go to the heaven and earth meeting in person this time and tell him everything we know. I hope it can be of help to him. Yuan Ling said in a deep voice. Okay, since brother wants to help him, we'll stake everything and help him to the end. Lanjia said with a determined look. Time flew by. 10,000 years passed in a hurry. During these 10,000 years, the 33rd celestial court stood above the firmament, and all living things submitted to it. When the time came to 10,000 years, Daluo Jingxian and various sages to be all rushed to the 33rd celestial court, because the heaven and earth meeting was about to begin. Mount Buzhou, the 33rd celestial court. Celestial clouds lingered, celestial islands floated, and indescribable multicolored lights crisscrossed in the sky. The southern heavenly gate was filled with people, and countless Daluo sages to be came to visit. Whether it was Daluo or sages to be, they might be important figures in the untainted land, but when they came to the celestial court, they all behaved humbly and politely, not daring to show the slightest arrogance. Clang, clang, clang. 81 bells rang in the 33rd celestial court, and countless figures hurried to the Jade Pool, because the Heaven and Earth meeting was about to begin. The Jade Pool. The immortals bowed, the Demon King stood to the side, and countless living things sat cross-legged in the Jade Pool. The weakest among them was Daoyuo, and there were countless sages to be. Everyone was silent, waiting for Yi Xian's arrival. The Celestial Venerable has arrived. Suddenly, Venus Taibai's voice was heard, and a golden path spread out from the 33rd heaven, and a boundlessly imposing figure walked out from the Celestial Venerable Palace. After 10,000 years of settling, Yi Xian's heart finally calmed down, and his cultivation was also perfect. Greetings, Celestial Venerable. Rumble. The Jade Pool shook, and the mountains and seas roared. When Yi Xian strolled into the Jade Pool, the Daoyuo sages-to-be all stood up and bowed, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Yi Xian's imposing figure. What was the meaning of heaven and earth being respected? What was the meaning of all living things submitting? The current scene fully explained the meaning of these two sentences. Chapter 1070. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the sky above the Jade Pool. He didn't reveal any terrifying aura, but his appearance alone made the laws of heaven and earth stagnate. All the spirits trembled and felt an indescribable sense of awe. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me? Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the sky. His expression was calm, but when he finished speaking, several rays of light shot over from the distance. Yi Daoyu. Luoho nodded at Yi Xian as he sat cross-legged in the demon refinement of annihilation. This was considered a greeting to Yi Xian. Greetings, Celestial Venerable Yi. Subhuti arrived on a cloud. He nodded slightly at Yi Xian, then sat cross-legged in the clouds. Disciple. Celestial Venerable Yi. Yuan Ling wanted to call him his disciple, but in the end, he didn't say it. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression, then sat cross-legged in the sky with Landya. Today's grand gathering of the heavens and earth is aimed at imparting the Tao. It can also be considered as this sovereign giving all of you an opportunity to demonstrate the bearing of my heavenly court in controlling the heavens and earth. Yi Xianping said indifferently, his voice echoing throughout the entire Jade Pool. Thank you, Celestial Venerable. All the spirits bowed. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. The sound of great Tao was heard. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the sky. The sound of 10,000 laws came out of his mouth and echoed throughout the Jade Pool. It also made the 33rd layer of the celestial court completely quiet down. Imparting knowledge and examining oneself. Yi Xian was imparting his comprehension of cultivation. It was also a process of examining oneself. 3,000 years. This lesson lasted for 3,000 years. The entire Jade Lake was shrouded in the light of myriad laws. Everyone was immersed in Yi Xian's voice and no one made a sound. Some people were puzzled, and some people were instantly enlightened. Even Luoho, Yuan Ling, and the others were enlightened. They were completely immersed in Yi Xian's preaching. This Tao lecture has lasted for 3,000 years. It is also my understanding of cultivation. I hope you all can understand it. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the various grand heavenly quasi-saints came to their senses and hurriedly knelt down to express their gratitude to Yi Xian. Fellow Taoists, it's rare for all of you to gather here. I've prepared some wine for you. Please have a taste. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at Luoho, Yuan Ling, and the others. He did not do anything, but with a light flick of his sleeve, the space-time of this world was distorted to the extreme. Yi Xian and the others instantly appeared in the celestial worthy palace. Space-time shifted, and the world changed. When Yi Xian displayed this technique, Luoho and the others had complicated expressions. There was also a touch of bitterness in their eyes. In the past, Yi Xian was just a small immortal who needed to look up to them. However, more than 3 million years had passed, and everything had changed. Yi Xian had grown into an invincible existence in the world, and they had to look up to Yi Xian. How could Luo Ho and the others not have complicated feelings? They drank and chatted merrily, sitting and discussing the Tao. Yi Xian sat on the main seat, and Luo Ho, Yuan Ling, and the others were on either side. There was a pot of immortal wine on the white jade table, and Fatso Huang personally poured wine for everyone present. Yi Xian raised his wine cup and toasted them, saying, "Everyone here has been entangled with me for 3 million years. Without your oppression and cruelty, I, Yi Xian, would not be where I am today. This cup of wine is for all of you." Yi Xian raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. This also made Luo Ho, Yuan Ling, and the others feel complicated, and they also drank the wine in their cups. Good. Yi Xian slowly nodded and raised his wine cup again, saying, "This second cup of wine is for all of you not being able to kill me." Yi Xian drank the second cup of wine. Luo Ho, Yuan Ling, and the others drank it all, and they slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Bodhi, this third cup of wine is for you. It is for you being the master of my elder brother Wukong." "I don't dare." Yi Xian and Patriarch Bodhi clinked their cups and drank it all in one gulp. "This fourth cup of wine is for you, Luo Ho. Without your desertion and conspiracy, I, Yi Xian, would not have transcended the 3 tribulations." "Well said." Luo Ho laughed self-deprecatingly and clinked his cup with Yi Xian's. The two of them drank the wine together. "This 5th cup of wine is for my master, Yuan Ling. Without your nurturing, I, Yi Xian, would not be where I am today." Yi Xian stood up solemnly. He held his cup with both hands and looked at Yuan Ling. This also made Yuan Ling's expression complicated, and he raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp with Yi Xian. "This 6th cup of wine is for my master, Yuan Ling. Without your scheming, I definitely would not have grown to where I am today." Yi Xian drank the wine in his cup again. Yuan Ling's expression was complicated, but he still drank the wine in his cup. "Beichen, Fatso Huang, this 7th cup of wine is for the two of you. For more than 3 million years, the two of you have always followed me and never betrayed me. Although we are master and servant, we are actually brothers. This 7th cup of wine is for the two of you." Yi Xian raised his cup and looked at the two of them. "Sir, you can't do that. This cup of wine should be for the two of us." Gu Beichen hurriedly raised his cup. "That's right. Back then, Beichen and I were just mortals. Without Sir's grace, how could we have embarked on the path of cultivation? I'm afraid we would have been buried in the earth. This cup of wine should be for the two of us." Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen raised their cups and bowed to Yi Xian. The two of them raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. "All right." Yi Xian smiled and nodded. Yi Xian once again filled the 8th cup of wine. He raised his cup to look at everyone present and said, "This 8th cup of wine is a toast to everyone present. I also hope that everyone can help me and tell me everything that happened during Pangu's 9th tribulation." When Yi Xian finished the 8th cup of wine, his expression became solemn. He had gathered Luo Ho, Yuan Ling, and the others here for the 9th tribulation. Everyone looked at each other and then drank the wine in their cups. The 9th tribulation is a supreme tribulation, also known as the Chaos Thunder Tribulation. One needs to bathe in 99,999 streaks of chaos thunder, Yuan Ling said in a low voice. Even if one survives the Chaos Thunder Tribulation, he still has to endure the Chaos Thunder Fire, Luo Ho continued. If one can successfully survive these 2 major tribulations, there is still the heart-seeking tribulation. If one's mind is not strong enough, one's soul will disperse and die, Subhuti said solemnly. Back then, Pangu only survived the Chaos Thunder Tribulation. He didn't even survive the Chaos Thunder Fire, let alone the so-called heart-seeking tribulation. Luo Ho said in a low voice. If one listened carefully, one would find that his voice contained a trace of tremor, which proved that his mind was not calm. Pangu only passed the primal chaos lightning tribulation. Yi Xian's expression froze as his brows tightly knitted together. He had always thought that although Pangu did not pass the ninth tribulation, he would not be too weak. He did not expect that Pangu would fall under the chaotic thunder fire without even experiencing the tribulation of the Great Path. Could the ninth tribulation be so terrifying? The ninth tribulation of the heavenly Tao is just a name given by the Chaos Prison. Its real name should be the Chaos Saint Tribulation. Chapter 1071. The chaotic divine tribulation is divided into three tribulations: heavenly thunder, mysterious fire, and inquisition. They also represent the three tribulations of heaven, earth, and man. Only after passing these three tribulations, the law of chaos will descend and build a great sage body for you. Yuan Ling said seriously. Great sage? Yi Xian was stunned. Yes, great sage. The so-called sage of all sages is also called great sage in the chaotic world. Although it is not comparable to the supreme existence such as the immortal God Lord and the master of human Tao, it is still an overlord in the chaotic world. Luo Ho said with a self-deprecating smile. In the chaotic world, our cultivation is only the existence of small sage. But the difference is only one word, which is the difference between heaven and earth. There is a saying in the chaotic world that those who do not enter the great sage are all non-entities. Only those who enter the great sage are qualified to pursue the throne of the strongest throughout the ages. Patriarch Subodhi said. It's just that the chaotic divine tribulation is too terrible. Even in the chaotic world where the great way rules are complete, there are very few people who can pass the chaotic divine tribulation. Most people die under the chaotic divine tribulation. Yuan Ling said with a trembling voice. Yi Dao Yu, I want to remind you here that the chaos prison was transformed by Pangu. The Great Way rules are incomplete, and you don't have the track of the Great Way rules. Your ninth tribulation will be even more terrible. Luo Ho said seriously. Disciple, you should be able to pass the chaotic thunder. But the chaotic mysterious fire and inquisition of the Great Way are too terrible. You have to be prepared in advance. Yuan Ling said seriously. Yuan Ling is right. This is not the chaotic world. There is no treasure to resist the chaotic divine tribulation. You can only rely on yourself to pass the chaotic divine tribulation. Luo Ho said with a long sigh. Hearing their warnings, Yi Xian could feel their heavy hearts. Yi Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. But you don't have to worry, looking at Yi Xian's furrowed brows, Yuan Ling opened his mouth to say something, but Lan Yu quietly pulled Yuan Ling back and shook his head. Of course, their little actions did not escape Yi Xian's eyes. However, he did not care about these minor details. At this moment, all his attention was on the ninth tribulation. Thank you for telling me. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. After that, no one mentioned this matter again. The banquet ended hastily. Luo Ho, Yuan Ling, and the others also took their leave. Celestial Palace. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void. He looked up at the stars in the sky. There was a heavy look in his eyes that he could not let go of, and a strand of oppressive aura lingered around him. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao are so terrifying. No wonder even Pangu failed, Yi Xian whispered solemnly. With the nirvana armor and my physical body, I should be able to withstand the chaos lightning tribulation. As for the chaos mysterious flame, I don't know if it can pass through it with the power of time and space. Unfortunately, the nirvana origin has just been born, and I have only begun to control a wisp of the nirvana origin. This chaos mysterious flame was able to kill Pangu. It must be extremely terrifying, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. After 10,000 years of settling his body and mind, Yi Xian's fear of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao had disappeared. However, it did not mean that he did not care about the arrival of the 9th tribulation. Instead, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. Phew! Yi Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He dispersed his troubled thoughts. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Even if he let his imagination run wild, it would only mess up his mind. If Brother White Robe was here, he might be able to think of a way for me. Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly. Oh! Brother White Robe? Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes froze. His mind exploded, and he felt as if he had forgotten something very important. Brother White Robe? Brother White Robe? Yi Xian muttered to himself. His eyes gradually calmed down, but they emitted an indescribable light. Heavenly Tao? Prison? Soul dispersing? Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something that made him extremely excited. I'm really stupid. Yi Xian roared in self-reproach. His face glowed with an extremely brilliant expression. Let's go. Rumble. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a step forward and disappeared from the celestial worthy palace. No one knew where he was going. Dressed in white, he looked like a banished immortal. Although he was a mortal, he had great talent. Even in the mortal world, which was at the end of its dharma, he had once opened up a path to immortality. Even as a mortal, he had once created an inverse immortal formation that even immortals had to bow down to. His peerless demeanor in white would forever be engraved in Yi Xian's heart. His white robe was peerless, and his talent was unparalleled. Looking at the past and present, and looking at the long river of time, that gentle figure existed forever. Even if his soul was dispersing between heaven and earth, that banished immortal-like smile would always linger in Yi Xian's heart. Lu Bai. An ancient genius who could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep, a peerless figure with unparalleled talent. His passing was an eternal pain in Yi Xian's heart. Above the firmament, in the universe. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the entire eldritch world from afar. His entire being was calm, and there was no trace of a terrifying aura bursting forth. The heavenly Tao operates, and all living things reincarnate. Can you and I talk? Yi Xian said indifferently. The wind was calm, and the waves were quiet. When Yi Xian's words fell, the world was silent, and no one responded to him. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved into a smile, but his smile was a little gloomy, and his gaze became fierce. The cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was faintly overflowing, causing the space-time of this world to be distorted to the extreme, and there was a faint feeling of collapse. Do you want me to personally drag you out? Yi Xian whispered coldly. Rumble. Suddenly, when Yi Xian's words fell, the world rumbled and shook. A face that blotted out the sky appeared in the firmament, and a door of green light opened in front of Yi Xian. Please. The voice of the heavenly Tao sounded in Yi Xian's ears, making Yi Xian nod in satisfaction. Then, he stepped into the door of light, and his entire person disappeared between heaven and earth. This was a gray and hazy space. There were no directions, no sky, and no earth. There were only wisps of chaotic aura lingering around, and the sound of the heavenly Tao's thunder would explode in this space from time to time. A white halo of light floated in the chaotic aura, emitting an obscure and indescribable aura. Just looking at it would make one's soul feel like it was about to collapse. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the void, and Yi Xian quietly appeared in front of the white halo. This mysterious space suddenly froze, and a heavy atmosphere was born. The will of the heavenly Tao. Looking at the white halo in front of him, Yi Xian said indifferently. Yes. The white halo was illusory, and the voice was heavy and weathered. I want to revive someone, and I hope you can help me, Yi Xian said bluntly. The soul is gone, and the world no longer exists. Although I am the heavenly Tao, I can't recreate the person you want to see. The will of the heavenly Tao rumbled. Chapter 1072. Silence, Suppression, and Silence. The will of the heavenly way gave Yi Xian such an answer. Yi Xian's aura gradually became gloomy, and the power of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way burst forth. The heavenly way operates, and all things grow. Even if one's soul is destroyed, under the reversal of the will of the heavenly way, his broken soul can be reformed, and the person I want to see can be reborn, Yi Xian said coldly. The great way is above, and the heavenly way is below. I am the heavenly way, and I control the operation of all things in the world. However, I cannot reverse the fate of a person, nor can I reverse the rules set by the great way. This is the law of destiny, and also the rules of the heavenly way, the will of the heavenly way said. Rumble. The darkness was endless, and the heaven-destroying halberd quietly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. The tip of the halberd flashed with the power of destruction, and it was unusually dazzling, pointing at the will of the heavenly way. Either help me, or die. A simple sentence came out of Yi Xian's mouth, and the murderous intent of all things in the world appeared. That murderous intent locked onto the will of the heavenly way. Clearly, Yi Xian was not just talking, and he really wanted to kill. Silence, silence, an extremely oppressive silence. The will of the heavenly way was silent. Although he did not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living beings, he had an instinctive fear of destruction. Yi Xian, although you have stepped into the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way and control 2 supreme powers, as long as you don't step into the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way, you can't kill me. The will of the heavenly way was silent for a long time before it finally spoke. Since you want to be destroyed, I'll fulfill your wish. Qi. The halberd cut through the void, and the cold light of destruction flashed. The cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way whizzed out, and the power of time and space instantly sealed the space of the heavenly way, and a terrifying murderous intent spread out. Wait. The will of the heavenly way suddenly spoke. What else do you want to say? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian, I really can't help you revive the person you want to revive, because the person you want to revive has already died, the will of the heavenly way said in a deep voice. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Yi Xian said coldly, the so-called dispersing of one's soul is merely the shattering of one's soul between heaven and earth. As long as the soul fragments are reassembled, this person can be reborn. Yi Xian, you are right. However, the destruction of one's soul means death. This is the truth set by the laws of fate. No one can change it. Not even I, the heavenly Tao, can reverse the laws of fate. Otherwise, the chaos lightning tribulation will descend upon this world. When that happens, the primordial chaos will be reduced to nothing, said the heavenly Tao's will solemnly. I don't want to hear your explanation. All I want is the result, Yi Xian said coldly. The will of the heavenly Tao fell silent once more. He really didn't want to fight Yi Xian because the current Yi Xian was already far too powerful. Even though he was the will of the heavenly Tao, he was still in danger of being destroyed. After over 10 breaths of time, the will of the heaven Tao spoke in a low voice, there's another way. However, this method will make you pay an extremely great price. I wonder if you're willing to accept it. What is it? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Travel between the past and the future. Use your supreme magic power to return to the distant past. When he's about to die, bring back his soul imprint. Then, his soul can be reunited in this world, said the will of the heavenly Tao. You want to harm me? Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression changed. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from him. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he looked at the will of the heavenly Tao. Travel between the past and the future. This sentence sounded simple, but it was simply impossible for Yi Xian at the moment. Although he had a preliminary control over the power of time, he still couldn't travel between the past and the future. He could only calculate the past and a bit of the future. If he could enter the river of time and return to the past, he wouldn't need to look for the will of the heavenly Tao at all. He could completely revive Lu Bai himself. Back then, when the three tribulations came, he summoned the river of time to attract his future self. That was also the price he paid for with his own life. The danger involved was not something that outsiders could understand. You're wrong. Before Yi Xian could explode, the will of the heavenly Tao said in a heavy voice, "When I said to return to the past, I didn't mean for you to summon the river of time to return to the past. Instead, I want you to control the power of time and space. Together with my reversal of the laws of the world, this can completely allow your consciousness to travel back to the distant past. However, I have to remind you that although your consciousness can return to the past, you can't change anything that happened in the past. If you dare to interfere with anything, the invisible laws of fate will instantly destroy you. And what you need to do is return to the time when that person is about to die and brand his soul imprint. Only then can you use his soul imprint to reunite his shattered soul in this world," said the will of the heavenly Tao. "Why should I believe you?" Yi Xian's mind stirred. "Whether you believe me or not is up to you. However, I have to tell you that if I help you reverse the will of the heavenly Tao and return to the past, I will also fall into an extremely weak state. You will also suffer a backlash from the power of time and space. You have to consider the consequences of this yourself," said the will of the heavenly Tao. Although reversing the will of the heavenly Tao and returning to the past did not affect the river of time, it was still an extremely dangerous thing to do. Yi Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. He believed the will of the heavenly Tao's words and knew that the will of the heavenly Tao did not lie to him. This was because the will of the heavenly Tao was only an emotionless law. Its duty was to operate the entire world and would not be mixed with the emotions of living beings. All right. After a dozen breaths, Yi Xian's eyes focused. No matter what, he had to give it a try because this was the only chance to revive Lu Bai. Yi Xian did not want to wait any longer. If he waited until he became the saint of all saints and cultivated the power of time and space to great success, then he would truly be able to affect the river of time. This would take an extremely long time and Yi Xian did not want to wait that long. If you have thought it through, I can reverse the will of the heavenly Tao now. With the help of your power of time and space, I can completely allow a wisp of your will to return to the distant past, said the will of the heavenly Tao. All right. Yi Xian put away the heaven-destroying halberd and sat cross-legged in the void. The space-time tree swayed between his eyebrows and wisps of power of time and space surrounded him. Reverse time and space, return to the origin. Rumble. Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands and the space-time tree swayed between his eyebrows. The mysterious power of time and space was like a tsunami and a landslide, instantly covering his body. Reverse the will of the heavenly Tao, reverse the will of the heavenly Tao. The will of the heavenly Tao shone brightly and a deep voice rang out. The blazing will of the heavenly Tao permeated the air. Together with Yi Xian's power of time and space, the will of the heavenly Tao began to fluctuate. Chapter 1073. Qi. A shadow rushed out from Yi Xian's head. It had the vague outline of Yi Xian. This was a wisp of his spiritual will. He wanted to let this wisp of spiritual will return to the time when Lu Bai was about to die. He wanted to brand Lu Bai's soul imprint and bring him back to the present world. Rumble. A starlight portal suddenly appeared. Yi Xian's spiritual will also entered because this portal was the path back to the past. Whoosh whoosh, the vast sea of stars was moving backward. The stars in the sky were moving in reverse. The 9 heavens and the Milky Way were flowing in reverse. Everything was going from death to life. The primordial world was illusory and there was even the sound of thunder exploding. Reversing time and space and returning to the distant past, Yi Xian's spiritual will was completely covered by the power of time and space. The mountains and rivers in front of him were moving backward at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. A 9-heaven star river whizzed down. A huge wave of the sea of stars slammed towards Yi Xian, as if it wanted to stop him from continuing to pursue the past. The stars as the boat, the Milky Way as the oar. Reversing time and space, returning to the origin. Like the call of time and space, like a forbidden wave, heaven and earth were hanging upside down. The great stars were moving in reverse. A starlight boat appeared in the vast sea of stars. Yi Xian instantly stood on the starlight boat. Below his feet was the 9-heaven star river. The power of time and space was activated. The starlight boat moved against the current of the 9-heaven star river and brought him back to the distant past. Whoosh whoosh, the 9-heaven star river seemed to have penetrated through the ages. Huge waves were set off amidst the raging waves. Time was flowing and flowing in reverse. The 9-heaven star river had no end. When the waves surged, it shook the void. This was a river of the heavenly Tao. It was the result of the reversal of the will of the heavenly Tao. Although it was not like the legendary river of time, the will of the heavenly Tao controlled heaven and earth. It was similar to the river of time. The primordial prison formed its own heaven and earth. The reversal of the heavenly Tao, coupled with Yi Xian's power of time and space, allowed his spiritual will to travel back to the distant past. The surging river of the heavenly Tao ran through the universe and became the only thing in this world. Within the boundless waves, a small boat of starlight moved against the current, and no matter how the waves surged, they were unable to drown it. The sea of stars overturned while space and time warped. A 30 kilometers tall wave of stars suddenly slammed towards the starlight boat. Vast might swept over as if the starlight boat would be overturned at any moment, and it was an extremely worrisome sight. Boom! Like the collapse of a celestial body, like the collapse of the ages, the starlight boat emitted a brilliant light. It braved the winds and waves as it stood in the heavenly Tao river. It was like a small boat in a storm. Although it seemed as if it would be swallowed up by the heavenly Tao river, under Yi Xian's control, it steadily moved against the current. Under the long river of the heavenly Tao, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Reverse time, go against the current. The power of space and time filled the sky and earth. Yi Xian urged the boat beneath his feet to speed up and move in the opposite direction. The vast and mysterious power of space and time transformed into a violent storm that pushed the starlight boat forward. Whoosh, violent waves appeared in the heavenly Tao river as the rumbling sounds of water could be heard incessantly. Yi Xian stood on the boat against the wind and waves, his expression extremely solemn. At this moment, the starlight boat carried Yi Xian against the heavenly Tao river as it slowly moved upstream. The space-time of this world suddenly underwent a shocking change. The heavenly Tao river was disappearing, and so was the boat beneath his feet. The scene of this world also appeared in his eyes, and many familiar faces from his memories appeared. In the Moon Palace, under the osmanthus tree, Fairy Chang-yi sighed as she looked at the moon. At the southern heavenly gate, Yang Jian was reprimanding the 4 heavenly kings. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on Mount Numinous to cultivate. The Jade Emperor sat on the throne of the Celestial Emperor and was giving orders to the immortals of the Celestial Court. Yi Xian also saw a familiar person, and that person was himself. He had stayed among the immortals of the Celestial Court and listened to the Jade Emperor's reprimand. Back then, he was just a puny immortal. These scenes constantly flashed in front of him as his figure stagnated in this spacetime and silently appeared under the Tongtian osmanthus tree. Despicable bastard. Fairy Guanghan stood under the osmanthus tree. She was still as beautiful as ever, her beauty causing the 3 realms to pale in comparison. However, at this moment, she was frowning as she looked at the 33rd Celestial Court. Yi Xian, you despicable bastard. Fairy Guanhan muttered under the osmanthus tree. She seemed to be speaking in anger, but her beautiful face flushed red. Little Yi. Yi Xian stared at the beautiful figure under the osmanthus tree. His eyes were filled with deep guilt and helplessness. Back then, in order to survive the calamity, he'd fallen into his inner demon and killed his true love with his own hands. This was a pain he couldn't let go of. Today, when his spiritual will returned to the past and saw the woman who'd been infatuated with him for her entire life, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. A desolate feeling appeared in his heart. Yi Xian, don't waste time. We don't have much time left. Suddenly, the will of the heavenly Tao's heavy voice sounded. The surrounding spacetime was slightly disordered, as if it would shatter at any moment. I'm sorry. Yi Xian stared deeply at Fairy Guanhan, as if he wanted to imprint her face in his mind. The power of spacetime suddenly activated, and the scenery around him began to reverse again. There was no regret, no remorse. There was only the loneliness of eternity and the grief in his heart that he couldn't let go. On the path to becoming the strongest of all time, Yi Xian's path was filled with corpses. Not only were there his enemies, but there were also his family and friends. On the path to becoming a powerhouse, there was no one who didn't have to pay a price. Yi Xian had paid far, far too much. It was so much that he didn't want to recall it, because it would make his heart ache. However, after choosing this path, Yi Xian could only continue forward. This was because he couldn't turn back. As soon as he turned back, he would face eternal damnation. Boom! Time flowed backward and space changed. Yi Xian only felt his vision blur. When he opened his eyes again, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Splash! A waterfall thousands of meters long poured down. The splashing water droplets were crystal clear. They smashed into the pool, splashing up large amounts of water. It was a magnificent sight. His white robe was peerless and untainted. He had always been so otherworldly. Even though Yi Xian saw him again after more than 3 million years, a sour feeling arose spontaneously. Beside the pool, Lu Bai sat with his back facing Yi Xian. His eyes were lowered as he stared at the formation diagram in his hand. Even though the 3,000-meter-tall waterfall beside him made a loud rumbling sound as it struck the pool, it didn't seem to be able to disturb him. Brother Bai, I'm coming. Yi Xian looked bitterly at Lu Bai's back. His face was full of shame. The 8 gates of life and death, the reversal of heaven and earth. If you want to turn life into death, you need the 36 stars of the heavenly spirit and the 72 stars of the earthly fiend to have the power to reverse heaven and earth. No, if the stars shift, the 8 gates of life and death won't be stable. This method still doesn't work. Lu Bai frowned. His originally black hair had gradually withered, mixed with a large amount of white hair. Obviously, he was working hard to create the inverse immortal array. Chapter 1074. No, Brother Yi is in the earth immortal world. How can he be compared to those terrifying immortals? This immortal-defying formation is for the weak to defeat the strong. If I can't restrain these terrifying immortals, how can I pass this formation to Brother Yi? Lu Bai's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. There was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Brother Bai. Looking at Lu Bai painstakingly forging the immortal-defying diagram, he was already at the end of his life. Although this was something that had happened in the past, it still caused Yi Xian to feel extremely bitter. Heaven and earth reverse, sun and moon invert, 8 gates of life and death, immortal become mortal. If you want to defeat the immortal realm, you have to disturb the so-called laws of heaven and earth. Then, this is where the gate needs to be, poof. Lu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not seem to feel anything. Instead, He was laughing wildly with joy as he continued to draw the immortal defying formation. Time passed by bit by bit. Yi Xian stayed by Lu Baiyi's side, silently watching Lu Baiyi draw the immortal defying formation tirelessly. He was waiting for Lu Baiyi to die. At the most critical moment, he would imprint his soul mark and bring Lu Baiyi back to life. 10 years. 100 years. 200 years. 400 years. Ha! When the time reached 400 years, Lu Baiyi laughed wildly. He held the immortal defying formation in his hands and shed tears of joy. However, blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His body was like a skeleton. He had truly reached the end of his life. It was only because of his strong will that he was able to survive until now. I did it. I did it. Heaven and earth reverse, sun and moon invert, 8 gates of life and death, immortal become mortal. Lu Baiyi danced with joy like a child. He clutched the inverse immortal array diagram tightly in his hand. Although his eyes were withered and lifeless, they were blooming with an excitement that had never been seen before. Brother Baiyi. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with bitterness. Once again, he relived the process of Lu Baiyi's painstaking death. One more step. Just one more step and the inverse immortal array diagram will be completed. Let my immortal soul follow the inverse immortal array diagram and accompany Brother Yi in his conquest of the boundless earthly immortal realm. The blood of the heart is the knot, the soul is the contract, condense. Laughing wildly, Lu Baiyi opened his heart with a finger, and a drop of blood essence emerged from his heart, which was instantly sucked into the inverse immortal array. The inverse immortal formation shone brightly and 8 doors appeared. Endless starlight fell from the sky, completing the inverse immortal formation. When all of this was done, Lu Baiyi slowly fell to the ground. His body was gradually turning into light, and even his soul was fading away. He was about to die. Now! Yi Xian roared, and the tree of time and space shook violently. A strand of the power of time and space was shot out by Yi Xian, trying to brand Lu Baiyi's soul imprint. Whine! All of a sudden, something terrifying happened. The spacetime where Yi Xian was collapsing. Streaks of white light grew around him, instantly crushing the power of time and space that Yi Xian had shot out. They even pierced toward Yi Xian at lightning speed. Destiny precepts. Retreat. The will of the heavenly way shouted in horror. Cracks appeared in the spacetime, and Lu Baiyi's figure gradually became blurry. You can't leave. Yi Xian's face was ferocious. The tree of time and space shook violently, and the power of time and space rippled out again, stabilizing the spacetime that was about to collapse. However, the streaks of white light were still whizzing toward Yi Xian. This was the destiny precepts, and more importantly, it was a stream of destiny that could kill all heretics because destiny could not be broken. What was destiny? The power of destiny was the strongest power. This power was equal to the power of time and space and the power of karma. It was one of the strongest powers in the heavens. The power of destiny filled the heavens, rumbling and rotating according to the unchanging laws of time. To put it bluntly, what had happened in the past was destined to happen. If someone wanted to change what had happened in the past, they would have to break destiny. This would naturally cause the destiny precepts to send down a great calamity. Fortunately, Yi Xian's consciousness had only returned. He did not directly interfere with what had happened in the past. He only wanted to brand Lu Baiyi's soul imprint, so the destiny precepts were not that terrifying. If Yi Xian really used the river of time to return to the past, the destiny precepts would appear and bring him an unimaginable calamity of life and death. Although the fate stream that appeared at this moment wasn't very terrifying, it was only preventing Yi Xian from imprinting Lu Baiyi's soul imprint. The fate stream that appeared in the darkness also brought an enormous amount of pressure to Yi Xian. Spacetime nirvana, break. The tree of time and space shook violently, and a strand of nirvana appeared. The two powers grew on Yi Xian's fist and smashed toward the stream of destiny. Bang! The stream of destiny shattered inch by inch, but in the next moment, Yi Xian's mind sank. A large number of streams of destiny appeared again, and a chaos bell that could destroy one's soul rang in his ears. Destiny cannot be broken. If you and I don't retreat now, we will definitely be killed by the destiny precepts, the will of heaven shouted anxiously. Brother Bai. Yi Xian's eyes were already crimson red as he watched the space and time collapse inch by inch. Lu Bai was on the verge of dissipating. His entire body seemed to have gone insane. Time and space invert, heaven and earth return to origin. Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands, and the tree of time and space rippled out from between his eyebrows. It took root in this spacetime, and no matter how many streams of destiny came at him, they were all annihilated by the tree of time and space. Condense. Yi Xian's body became extremely illusory, as if he would be annihilated at any time. However, he shot out a ray of divine light at this critical moment, instantly branding Lu Bai's soul imprint. His entire body shattered and completely disappeared from this spacetime. Space of heaven's way. Pfft. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was completely weakened. The swaying tree of time and space between his eyebrows also dimmed. Clearly, the destiny precepts were too terrifying. Even though Yi Xian had risked everything, he still suffered heavy injuries. Everything that had happened in the past was destined to happen, and destiny could not be broken. Otherwise, the person who broke the rules of destiny would definitely suffer a great calamity. Fortunately, Yi Xian's spiritual will only return to the past. He did not change what had happened in the past. He only wanted to brand Lu Bai's soul imprint. Did it work? Yi Xian murmured weakly. The tree of time and space fell into his hand, and his eyes were extremely solemn. Buzz! Suddenly, the tree of time and space swayed slightly, and a wisp of spacetime power rippled out. A human-shaped shadow appeared. It was the soul imprint that he had desperately branded. Chapter 1075. Did I succeed? Yi Xian looked at him blankly and did not come back to his senses for a full 10 breaths. His eyes were filled with unprecedented ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed wildly. He had never been so happy even after crossing the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. He was completely in a state of extreme excitement. I did it, I did it. Yi Xian held the soul imprint in his hand and shouted excitedly, as if he had become an extremely happy child. He really did not have many friends in his life, and Lu Bai was definitely the friend he missed the most. He was also a friend that Yi Xian truly recognized. Now, with Lu Bai's soul imprint in his hand, with his current 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao cultivation, he could reassemble Lu Bai's shattered soul. How could he not be overjoyed? What are you looking at? Suddenly, Yi Xian's smile disappeared. He slowly turned back and saw that the will of the heavenly Tao had turned into an illusory figure and appeared behind him at some point. Silence, silence, dead silence. The entire heavenly Tao space was silent. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze met the will of the heavenly Tao's eyes. A murderous aura was invisibly born. Silence, soundless silence. After a full 10 breaths, the will of the heavenly Tao finally broke the silence and said, "Congratulations, you succeeded. You are very smart. You did not make a move at this moment. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you will die without a burial place." Yi Xian smiled coldly. Just now, the will of the heavenly Tao wanted to kill him. Yi Xian's senses were very sensitive and he immediately felt the will of the heavenly Tao's murderous intent. Unfortunately, the will of the heavenly Tao did not dare to make a move on Yi Xian in the end because he was too afraid of Yi Xian and did not have full confidence. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. You and I have minded our own business. Why would I make a move on you? The will of the heavenly Tao said. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He slowly got up from his cross-legged position and casually put the soul imprint into his bag. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the will of heaven. As long as you obediently follow your heavenly Tao, I don't want to destroy you. After all, if the heavenly Tao disappears, the eldritch world will be in chaos. However, if you still want to be my enemy, then there's no need for you to exist, Yi Xian said indifferently. A threat, a blatant threat. The will of the heavenly Tao was silent. Then, it turned back into a ball of light and said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. From now on, you and I will mind our own business. I will retreat wherever you are. All right, remember your promise." Yi Xian nodded slowly. He took a step forward and disappeared from the heavenly Tao space. The will of the heavenly Tao was silent. Only a long sigh echoed in the heavenly Tao space. Earlier, the will of the heavenly Tao wanted to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop because Yi Xian was in a weakened state. However, the will of the heavenly Tao did not act because it could not afford to gamble. If it failed to kill Yi Xian, it would be destroyed as well. It was a price it could not bear. In the sky. Spurt. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ghastly pale, and he looked like he had just survived a disaster. Almost. Just a little bit more. He had almost revealed a flaw. Fortunately, he had put on a strong front. Otherwise, the will of the heavenly Tao would have definitely taken advantage of it. The power of destiny is truly terrifying. Just the stream of destiny that it manifested was enough to heavily injure me. Yi Xian murmured solemnly. After this incident, Yi Xian finally understood a principle. The reversal of time was far too terrifying. He had only sent a strand of his consciousness back to the past, yet he had suffered such heavy injuries. If he truly stepped into the river of time, just how terrifying would the calamity be? That pair of eyes? Suddenly, Yi Xian frowned. He suddenly thought of the pair of eyes in the river of time. He vaguely remembered that when his future self had reversed the river of time and walked into the present world, a pair of ferocious eyes had appeared in the river of time. Even such a powerful future self was so fearful, as if he had been entangled by the owner of the eyes. There must be unimaginable dangers involved. As Yi Xian's cultivation rose to the peak, his vision became wider and wider. He was no longer limited to the untainted land, but looked into the chaotic world. Now, I can only take one step at a time. The only thing I should face now is passing the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian murmured solemnly, dispelling his troubled thoughts. Rumble. Yi Xian took a step forward. Heaven and earth became illusory as he returned to the 33rd celestial court. This was because he was going to do something that he had always wanted to do but could not. Mount Buzhou, 33rd celestial court. Clang, clang, clang. 81 bell rings reverberated in the 33rd celestial court. Countless rays of light shot toward the celestial worthy palace, including almost all the immortals and demon kings. In front of the celestial worthy palace, the chaotic sky vanquishing formation and the heavenly cycle star formation were operating. Heaven and earth formation patterns were forming. The stars in the sky scattered millions of starlight, illuminating the entire celestial worthy palace. Sir, the things you asked for have been delivered. Fatso Huang bowed to Yi Xian. Countless treasures of heaven and earth were piled up in the chaotic sky vanquishing formation. The troops of the celestial court were observing outside the formation. They did not know what Yi Xian was going to do. Good. Looking at the mountains of treasures of heaven and earth piled up in the chaotic sky vanquishing formation, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. A gentle smile appeared on his face. If he wanted Lu Bai to reappear in the world, apart from gathering his shattered soul, he also needed to create a human body. Only then could he truly bring Lu Bai back to life. Of course, Yi Xian was a person who strived for perfection. If he was only looking for the body of a quasi-saint, then this wasn't the person he wanted. Therefore, he wanted to personally forge Lu Bai's body. White-robed peerless, unparalleled talent. Only a perfect and powerful body is worthy of you, Brother Bai, Yi Xian murmured. Rumble. Yi Xian took a step forward and appeared in the chaotic sky vanquishing formation. As he formed one seal after another, the mountains of treasures of heaven and earth began to melt in the raging heavenly fire. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 years passed. A body that seemed to be made of white jade appeared in the primal chaos Empyrean formation. At that moment it was flickering with a dazzling light. The shattered soul of heaven and earth, heed my call and return. Yi Xian released his soul imprint. The wind and clouds in this area changed. The power of time and space filled the sky and earth. The cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way spread throughout the entire untainted land. Swish. 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 The untainted land became completely dark. Specks of starlight rose from the boundless untainted land. As if they were being guided, they all shot toward the 33rd celestial court. Gathering the souls of heaven and earth and recreating a person from the past was a magnificent feat that had never happened before. Perhaps it would never happen again in the future. Buzz. As the specks of starlight entered the chaotic sky vanquishing formation, a wisp of illusory figure was condensing. It gradually revealed a familiar silhouette to Yi Xian. Return. Yi Xian roared to the sky. The space-time tree rumbled and swayed. The specks of starlight that flew from all directions entered the chaotic sky vanquishing formation. These were the fragments of Lu Bai's soul that were scattered all over the world. Today, they finally gathered together again. Chapter 1076. The Tongtian of the Great Tao was accompanied by loneliness. Yi Xian had no relatives, friends in his life. There were very few people whom he truly recognized as friends. Whether it was Fatty Huang or Gu Beichen, although the two of them had followed Yi Xian for over 3 million years and Yi Xian treated the two of them as brothers, there was still an insurmountable barrier between them. This barrier was the reverence the two of them had for him. Although they were brothers and also master and servant, the word friend was not involved. The untainted world was very big. Some people wanted to be friends with Yi Xian, but they were not qualified. The only qualified person was Luo Ho, but he regarded Yi Xian as his biggest competitor in his life. Loneliness for thousands of years, with no relatives or friends. If there was someone whom Yi Xian cared about the most in the past 3 million years, it would definitely be Lu Bai, because he was Yi Xian's true friend. In the chaotic heaven vanquishing formation. Loneliness for thousands of years. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. A milky white figure condensed in front of him. This figure was blurry, but it emitted an aura that Yi Xian was familiar with. A longing smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. Loneliness for thousands of years. Brother Bai, I have been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Yi Xian murmured hoarsely. The space-time tree swayed between his eyebrows and poured out wisps of space-time power, sending the soul that Lu Bai had just condensed into the body that Yi Xian had created. Rumble. The chaotic heaven vanquishing formation was dispersing, and the stars in the sky were dark. Only Yi Xian accompanied Lu Bai, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Everything was silent, and the world was quiet. Yi Xian finally understood what it meant to pass a day like a year. He waited for 3 days, but it felt as long as 3 million years. On the third day, Lu Bai's body finally underwent a slight change. Ah! Lu Bai's eyelids twitched slightly. His 5 fingers were slightly clenched, and a sound came from his mouth as if he was in a dream. His eyes finally opened slowly at this moment. Where am I? Lu Bai opened his eyes in a daze. Yi Xian's face reflected in his eyes, but he did not seem to wake up immediately. There was only confusion in his eyes. Brother Bai, do you still recognize me? Yi Xian tried his best to control his emotions. You are. Lu Bai blankly looked at Yi Xian. His bewildered eyes gradually recovered, and his wooden expression underwent a drastic change. Brother Yi? You are brother? Suddenly, Lu Bai seemed to recall a distant memory as he stared blankly at Yi Xian. You are brother Yi. Who am I? Lu Bai's expression was slightly pained. He remembered Yi Xian, but he did not remember who he was. You are Lu Bai. You are the peerless genius of the mortal world, Lu Bai. You have a friend called Yi Xian, and you also have a disciple called Xueji. Yi Xian looked at Lu Bai with a slight heartache. He did not expect that after 3 million years, Lu Bai would be able to remember who he was, but forget his name. Lu Bai. I am Lu Bai. Lu Bai muttered softly, as if he was searching for an extremely distant memory in his mind. Yes, you are Lu Bai. You are the Lu Bai who created the inverse immortal array diagram for me. Yi Xian shouted excitedly. He was really afraid that Lu Bai had really forgotten who he was. Inverse immortal array diagram. Inverse immortal array diagram. Lu Bai's face suddenly turned red. He muttered with a complicated expression, I remember now. I am Lu Bai. I spent 400 years creating the inverse immortal array diagram in order to help Brother Yi conquer the Earth immortal realm. But on that day, I died. My soul was truly scattered between heaven and earth. But why am I still alive? Lu Bai stretched out his hands in confusion. He could not understand what he had experienced. Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Suddenly, Lu Bai's bewildered expression disappeared. He looked at Yi Xian in a daze, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Brother Yi, whether this is a dream or the netherworld, Lu Bai really missed you. Lu Bai took large strides forward and fiercely hugged Yi Xian. Even though he was a 7-foot man, tears still appeared in his eyes. These tears were tears of friendship, and they also contained feelings of longing. Brother Bai, this is not a dream, nor is it the netherworld. This is the eldritch world. It has been more than 3 million years since we met. Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. His mood was also extremely complicated. 3 million years. Lu Bai was speechless. He left Yi Xian and carefully observed Yi Xian's face. Indeed, he found something unusual. Lu Bai vaguely remembered that when he and Yi Xian parted ways that year, Yi Xian still looked young and inexperienced even though he was in the crossing calamity stage. But now, he could not see through Yi Xian's cultivation. Yi Xian's hair was as white as snow, and his eyes were weathered and lonely, as if they encompassed the universe and contained the truth of all things. Lu Bai could completely feel the aura from Yi Xian's body. If this aura hadn't been settled over time, it would have been impossible for it to appear on Yi Xian's body. Time flies, 3 million years. Brother Bai, I did not let you down. I am the only one in the world. Yi Xian said in a hoarse voice. Greetings, Mr. Lu Bai. Suddenly, the 33rd celestial court shook. The immortals and demon kings all bowed to Lu Bai. Even the high and mighty quasi-saints were no exception. The immortals bowed, the demon kings bowed, and even the quasi-saints were in awe. This was the scene that Lu Bai saw. They are immortals. Lu Bai was just a mortal. Even before he died, he had never seen an immortal, and he regarded immortals as the most supreme beings in the world. But now, he saw the immortals and demon kings bowing to him. The immortal and demon aura of Tong Tian shocked him. He was 100% sure that these people were immortals. Lu Bai was stunned and speechless. He gradually calmed down from the initial shock, and his eyes regained their gentleness. But when he looked at Yi Xian, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Lu Bai did not need to know where he was, nor did he need to know whether these people were immortals. He knew one thing very well. Yi Xian in front of him was his close friend, and that was enough. That peerless white robe and that gentle smile finally bloomed on Lu Bai's face. He was still the Lu Bai of the past, the Lu Bai who was an immortal but possessed eternal talent. "Brother Bai, come with me," Yi Xian said with a smile. The two walked into the celestial worthy palace hand in hand. The immortals and demon kings looked at each other, shock in their eyes. Chapter 1077. Although they had always heard Yi Xian mention Lu Bai's name, they only realized that Lu Bai was just a mortal after Lu Bai came back to life today. Why was Yi Xian so excited? This is a friend of the Celestial Master. We can't compare to him. Dong Huang Tai laughed at himself. Although this person is immortal, I can feel that he has an indescribable temperament. He's not as simple as we thought. Kong Xian whispered. How can someone who can become a friend of the Celestial Master be an ordinary person? We must be on good terms with him in the future. Don't offend him just because he's immortal. Otherwise, we'll definitely be killed. Patriarch Mingi said in a low voice. Pass down the order. If anyone in the Celestial Court dares to disrespect Mr. Bai, let him walk on the immortal slaying platform. Fatso Huang ordered coldly. Inside the Celestial Palace, Yi Xian and Lu Bai stood side by side, looking up at the stars in the sky. For a moment, they were filled with emotions and did not know what to say. Brother Yi, tell me, how did you survive these 3 million years? Where are we now? What's your identity? Lu Bai was the first to break the silence. Back then, I left the mortal world. Yi Xian let out a long sigh and talked about his past. Time passed little by little. From time to time, there were exclamations in the Celestial Palace, accompanied by Lu Bai's laughter. Yang Jian, the Jade Emperor, and the Heavenly Sage. I didn't expect Brother Yi to have gone through so many tribulations. Lu Bai sighed. He learned about Yi Xian's past from him. Although Yi Xian said nothing, Lu Bai could imagine what Yi Xian had gone through. He also knew Yi Xian's identity and where he and Yi Xian were. 33 layers of the Celestial Court. Celestial Master Yi. Good, good, good. Lu Bai laughed heartily. However, as he laughed, a line of clear tears flowed down his cheeks. This made Yi Xian's expression change slightly. He asked, Brother Bai, what's wrong? It's fine. Lu Bai waved his hand and sighed. I only hate that I couldn't join hands with Brother Yi to conquer the Earth Immortal realm. I didn't have to go through the turmoil of heaven and earth. I didn't have to be by your side during your most difficult and helpless moment. Everything is in the past. Now, I no longer have any opponents in the primordial world. Brother White Robe has also come back from the dead. All of this is enough, Yi Xian said softly. No. Suddenly, Lu Bai looked at Yi Xian with a complicated look in his eyes. Everything is not in the past. You are about to cross the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way. This is the biggest tribulation in your life. Although I, Lu Bai, am just a mortal, I will definitely cross the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way with you today. Only in this way can I live up to our brotherhood. Even though Yi Xian was already standing at the top of the world, Yi Xian was still his close friend. This had never changed. Even if he had to rely on his mortal body, he would definitely help Yi Xian. Thank you, Brother White Robe. Yi Xian didn't say any polite words, nor was he hypocritical. This was because he and Lu Bai didn't need to say too much. Both of them regarded each other as close friends, and there was no need for such high-sounding words between close friends. Brother White Robe, although you don't have any cultivation at the moment, the body I made for you is no worse than the body of ancestral sorcerer. Moreover, with my current cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way, I can definitely help you step into the sage-to-be realm. As Yi Xian spoke, he flipped his hand and took out the red jade. He directly handed it to Lu Bai and said, "This boundless secular technique is the most precious treasure of the chaotic world. It's on par with the immortal scripture that I cultivate. Cultivate this technique well, and I believe that Brother Bai will definitely be able to catch up to me." Okay. Lu Bai didn't say any polite words. He solemnly took the boundless secular technique from Yi Xian, and his eyes were filled with determination. "Brother White Robe, now I will help you step into the sage-to-be realm." Rumble. The cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way was blooming. The tree of time and space was swaying, and the entire celestial worthy palace was twisting. A vast and boundless power covered Lu Bai, which contained Yi Xian's Dharma and Tao, as well as his lifetime of cultivation experience. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. It had to be said that Lu Bai was definitely the #1 genius since ancient times. With the help of Yi Xian, his cultivation had directly reached the sage-to-be realm. He had also memorized the boundless secular technique by heart, and had cultivated a wisp of the power of the secular world, which was faintly showing signs of attracting the first tribulation of the secular world. Boom! Yi Xian hurriedly stopped, because he was shocked to find that Lu Bai's cultivation speed seemed to have no bottlenecks. It was simply shocking. If he didn't stop, Lu Bai would definitely face the first tribulation of the secular world, which was not the result he wanted to see. Rumble. Suddenly, a large amount of qi of the secular world covered Lu Bai, which also made Yi Xian's expression change. This was the first tribulation of the secular world. He had never thought that Lu Bai would take the initiative to attract the first tribulation of the secular world. Brother White Robe, you. Yi Xian was shocked. The cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly way was about to block the first tribulation of the secular world, but at this moment, Lu Bai slowly opened his eyes, and the qi of the secular world covering him was instantly absorbed into his body. What? Such a scene directly stunned Yi Xian on the spot. If he was not mistaken, Lu Bai had actually passed the first tribulation of the secular world in an instant. Inconceivable, unimaginable, and even more like a fantasy story. Brother Yi, don't worry. The so-called first tribulation of the secular world is just to cultivate the heart. This kind of tribulation is easy for me to pass. Lu Bai opened his eyes and smiled gently at Yi Xian, without the slightest fluctuation in his aura. Brother White Robe. Yi Xian sighed with a complicated expression. In the past, Yi Xian regarded the first tribulation of the heavenly way and the first tribulation of the secular world as scourges. But now, when it came to Lu Bai, it was as easy as drinking water and eating food. This also made Yi Xian finally believe that people really could not compare with each other. Lu Bai's talent was simply unparalleled. Yi Xian was also very sure that if Lu Bai had not died and came to the earth immortal realm with him, perhaps Lu Bai would have already faced the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way and definitely surpassed him. In fact, Yi Xian was a little modest. Lu Bai's talent was indeed unparalleled, and he could even be called an unparalleled genius. However, the path of cultivation was not as simple as one imagined, and the tempering was not something that could be overcome with talent and aptitude. If the two of them really entered the earth immortal realm together, Lu Bai might not really be able to walk ahead of Yi Xian. Brother Yi, I need something. When Yi Xian sighed, Lu Bai looked at Yi Xian solemnly and said. What do you want, Brother White Robe? Yi Xian asked. The four ultimate formations of heaven and earth, as well as all the ancient books about formations. I hope Brother Yi can find them for me, Lu Bai said. Formations? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If Lu Bai's talent in cultivation made Yi Xian sigh, then Lu Bai's talent in formations made Yi Xian prostrate himself in admiration. In the past, Lu Bai was only a mortal, but he was able to create the inverse immortal formation that could defeat the cultivation of immortals. Just based on his understanding and talent in formations, no one in the untainted world could rival Lu Bai. Chapter 1078. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land were the king's subjects. Although this sentence was said by a mortal emperor, it was very appropriate for Yi Xian. Lu Bai wanted the four ultimate arrays of heaven and earth. Lu Bai wanted the books on arrays. No problem at all. In this eldritch world, Yi Xian was the real master. Anything in this eldritch world belonged to him, Yi Xian. On this day, the 33-layered celestial court was in full swing. A large number of books on arrays were sent to the celestial worthy palace, and the method of setting up the four ultimate arrays of heaven and earth was placed in front of Lu Bai. Needless to say, the heavenly cycle star formation and the heavenly chaos array were the celestial protection arrays of the 33-layered celestial court. The remaining fairy-slaying sword formation and the 12 divine beings killing array were also in Yi Xian's hands. The Tong Tian had fallen, and the 4 fairy-slaying swords and the fairy-slaying sword formation were in his hands. Yi Xian had also taken away the 12 divine beings killing array when he killed the 10 great ancestors of sorcerers. The 4 great formations were all for Lu Bai to study, and Yi Xian also withdrew from the Empyrean palace. He knew that Lu Bai had already reached a fanatical state towards formations, and that he would disturb him if he stayed by his side. In the celestial Arch Palace, Yi Xian sat on the emperor's throne, and Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen were beside him. "Sir, Mr. White." Fatso Huang said hesitantly. "He's studying arrays," Yi Xian said softly. "Sir, can a dead person really be revived?" Gu Beichen asked hesitantly. "You want to revive your sister?" Yi Xian sighed, knowing what Gu Beichen was thinking. Yes. The pain in Gu Beichen's heart was his sister, Gu Xiaoxiao. Although more than 3 million years had passed, he had never forgotten Gu Xiaoxiao. "Beichen, I'm very sorry, but I don't have the ability to revive your sister now. I'm taking a huge risk to revive Brother White," Yi Xian said bluntly. "Beichen understands." Gu Beichen heaved a long sigh. In order to save Lu Bai, Yi Xian used the power of time and space to send a strand of his consciousness back to the past. The power of destiny had caused him to suffer a great calamity, and the risks involved were too great. If possible, Yi Xian wanted to revive too many people. However, there was an invisible restriction of the laws of fate. If Yi Xian repeatedly reversed fate, he would die under the laws of fate before the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao descended. This time, he was only barely able to succeed because he joined forces with the will of the heaven Tao. If he dared to continue acting in this way, then the laws of destiny would obliterate him. Let's make an analogy. For example, if a person went to steal something from a shop, he might be lucky enough to succeed the first time and not be discovered by the shop owner, but the second time, the shop owner would definitely be vigilant. Yi Xian was currently in this situation. He'd barely managed to imprint Lu Bai's soul imprint, and had even managed to escape from the wrath of the laws of fate. If he dared to do this again, then the power of fate would bring down a great calamity on him. To be honest, Yi Xian had a lot of people he wanted to meet. His closest relatives, Mother Yi, his younger sister, his younger brother, and Gu Xiaoxiao, who had died in front of him. His friends, Sun Wukong, Tong Tian, and Lu Bai's disciple, Xue Ji. His wife, the Empyrean fairy, the Moon Fairy. These were all his regrets. He also wanted to revive these people, but his current ability was not enough. Only by truly reversing the river of time could he bring these people back to life. To put it bluntly, Liu Bai was someone he had taken a great risk to revive. This method could not be replicated. Unless he had the power to make the laws of destiny fear him, he would not do such a dangerous thing again. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. The four absolutes shook the heavens and destroyed the universe. Borrowing the power of the universe and shifting the mysteries of heaven and earth, coupled with Brother Ye's cultivation, the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao's chaos lightning tribulation should be safe. Even the chaos mysterious flame should be able to withstand it. Inside the celestial worthy palace, Liu Bai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a miniature formation rotating in front of him. Runes of destruction were being generated, and even the space-time around them was being torn apart. Terrifying spatial cracks were being formed. Brother Bai, this is. Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside Liu Bai. When he saw the miniature formation in front of him, his eyes were filled with great surprise. Brother Yi, what do you think of this formation? Liu Bai looked a little tired, but his eyes were full of extraordinary splendor. He was looking at Yi Xian with a smile. Reversing the universe and destroying the heavens and earth. Although its qi is not obvious, it contains a power that makes my heart palpitate. What a terrifying absolutes array. Brother Bai, what's the mystery of this formation? Yi Xian asked solemnly. Brother Yi, I've given this peerless killing formation a name. It's called the Chaos Four Calamities formation. Liu Bai smiled gently. Chaos Four Calamities formation. Yi Xian murmured. That's right. Liu Bai pointed at the formation in front of him and said, I've refined the 4 great absolutes formations of heaven and earth into quadrangular formation flags and placed them in the 4 corners of the formation. The 4 great absolutes formation flags are full of killing power, and when they converge towards the center of the formation, they can form a destructive power. Liu Bai paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Xian with a smile and said, and this is only one of the many things. According to the many ancient formation books you sent me, I found something very interesting. What is it? Yi Xian asked. This eldritch world is vast and boundless. It was created by Pangu, and all formations are born from the heavens and earth. They borrow the power of the heavens and earth to form a terrifying power. I once thought that the way of formations is to borrow external forces to achieve the effect of protecting, killing, and trapping people. Even if I create the most powerful formation in the world, it's just borrowing the power of the heavens and earth. Brother Yi, your cultivation is not inferior to the will of the heavens, so even the most powerful formation in the world won't be of much help to you. So, I boldly thought of reversing all the 4 great absolutes formations and completely breaking away from the heavens and earth. When the 9 calamities of the heavens and earth descend, this Chaos 4 calamities formation will absorb all the power of the 9 calamities of the heavens and achieve the ultimate power of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Liu Bai smiled and said. Listening to Liu Bai's description, Yi Xian was stunned. He had always thought that Liu Bai was an eternal genius, and no one in the world could be compared to him. But Yi Xian had never thought that Liu Bai's talent was so terrifying that the Chaos 4 calamities formation, which took 3,000 years to create, could break away from the shackles of the heavens and earth. This was simply beyond his imagination. Although Liu Bai said it very simply, Yi Xian knew very well how terrifying it was. If this Chaos 4 calamities formation was really as Liu Bai said, then this formation was simply unimaginably terrifying. A peerless formation that could withstand the 9 calamities of the heavens was a treasure that everyone would fight for, even in the chaotic world. Brother Bai, thank you very much. Yi Xian solemnly bowed, because he could see that Liu Bai had spent 3,000 years creating this formation, completely to let him pass the 9 calamities of the heavens. Chapter 1079. Don't thank me. I wasn't by your side in the past. In the future, you and I will walk hand in hand. As long as I, Lu Bai, am alive, I will protect Yi Xian. Lu Bai's voice was powerful and resonating. That peerless smile of his entered Yi Xian's eyes. Well, no matter what happens in the future, as long as I, Yi Xian, am alive, whoever dares to hurt you will have to step over my dead body first, Yi Xian said solemnly. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed. Nothing was said, but their true feelings were growing in their hearts. Brother Yi, although this formation can help you withstand the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, it's not completely foolproof. After all, I've never seen the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. You and I don't know how powerful they are, so you have to be fully prepared. Lu Bai warned in a deep voice. But don't worry, Brother Yi. I have a trump card for this formation. If you can't resist the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way, I will activate the effect of reversing the universe and transfer the power of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way to the entire untainted land. This is the last resort, Lu Bai said in a low voice. Transfer the power to the untainted land. Yi Xian was stunned. Then won't the untainted land be completely destroyed? Yes, although this method is extremely cruel, it is also my last trump card. Let the entire untainted land help you pass the tribulation. If Brother Yi can't pass the tribulation, then there is no need for the untainted land to exist, Lu Bai said seriously. Lu Bai was not a pedantic and benevolent person. He had no attachment to this world. Only Yi Xian was his best friend. Even if he had to destroy the untainted land, he had to let Yi Xian live. This was his truest thought. Okay. Yi Xian laughed out loud. He was not a sentimental person. Just as Lu Bai had said, if he died under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he would not care about the life and death of the untainted world. Every man for himself. Yi Xian was not a kind person. For the sake of his Tongtian Great Tao, he would not mind even if the entire untainted land was destroyed. Brother Yi, I've only created the formation diagram for the Chaos 4 Tribulations formation. I'll have to trouble you with the materials needed to set up the formation, Lu Bai said. These are all trivial matters. When the 4 tribulations of chaos are created, I should also step into the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and truly experience the greatest tempering of my life, Yi Xian muttered to himself. On this day, the 33rd Celestial Court was in full swing. A large number of treasures were being transported to the Celestial Worthy Palace. Yi Xian and Lu Bai worked together to set up a formation. After another 3,000 years, the Chaos 4 Tribulations formation was finally completed. It turned into an ancient stone diagram and fell into Yi Xian's hands. There were no visible waves and no aura. The so-called Chaos 4 Tribulations formation was just like a piece of stone. However, the horror nurtured within it was beyond the imagination of outsiders. This formation had already surpassed the heaven and earth. It was a real chaos formation. It was also the strongest formation that Lu Bai had created for Yi Xian. Brother Bai, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I'll go through the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. If I really die under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, you'll be in charge of the untainted land for me, Yi Xian solemnly told Lu Bai before going into seclusion. Brother Yi, don't worry. If you really die under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao in the future, Lu Bai will definitely walk on your path. Even if I have to go through thousands of tribulations, I'll revive you, Lu Bai said firmly. Ha ha ha. Having a friend like you, I have no regrets in life. Yi Xian laughed loudly and strode into the celestial worthy palace. In the next 30,000 years, he would raise his essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme. He would be in the peak state to welcome the arrival of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. The gate of the celestial worthy palace was closing. Yi Xian's figure also disappeared from Lu Bai's sight. Watching Yi Xian disappear from his sight, Lu Bai slightly clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with a never-before-seen firmness. "Brother Yi, I won't let you die. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I won't hesitate." Lu Bai suddenly turned and left. What Yi Xian didn't know was that there was more than one Chaos 4 Tribulations formation. The other one had been secretly hidden by Lu Bai. The Chaos 4 Tribulations formation hidden by Lu Bai was fundamentally different from the one in Yi Xian's hands. However, Lu Bai didn't tell Yi Xian about it because he was afraid that Yi Xian would be worried about his method and would definitely stop him from doing so. "Brother Yi, although you are very smart, you wouldn't have thought that back then, Luoho was able to transfer his tribulation to you. I, Lu Bai, boast that my talent is unparalleled. How could I not create a method to transfer flowers to trees?" A long sigh faintly sounded. Lu Bai's figure floated into the distance. Only his white robe could be seen streaking across the vast sky. His white robe was peerless and unparalleled throughout the ages. His name was Lu Bai, an eternal genius who was destined to shock the heavens and earth. He didn't want the great Tao of Tongtian. He didn't want to be unparalleled throughout the ages. All he wanted was to see Yi Xian become the strongest person throughout the ages. This was his lifelong wish. He wouldn't hesitate even if he had to sacrifice his life. At the same time, in the chaotic starry sky, dozens of terrifying phantoms were moving in the chaotic starry sky. They were roaming the chaotic starry sky, releasing extremely powerful auras. Their cultivations were comparable to heavenly Tao sages. "Boss, we have been searching for 10 million years. Not only have we not found Pangu, but we also haven't found the slightest trace of the 3,000 demon gods. If this continues, how can we explain it to the undying Heaven Lord?" A green-faced man with sharp fangs whispered. "It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong." The auras of the 3,000 demon gods disappeared in this direction. "We will find Pangu sooner or later." The leader was clad in black armor and held a demonic saber in his hand. His entire body emitted an oppressive demonic light. His cultivation was comparable to the 5 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. "Big brother, look!" Suddenly, a middle-aged man exclaimed. He pointed at the starry sky in front of him with a look of great surprise. Zhang Yinshan's expression changed. He was surprised because there was a vast light screen in front of him. He could vaguely see a vast world through the light screen. How can this be? How can there be a world in the chaotic boundary? Zhang Yinshan whispered in surprise. Pangu? The aura of the Pangu clan? Suddenly, Zhang Yinshan's expression changed. He carefully sensed and found that the aura of the Pangu clan was circulating in the world ahead. The aura of the 3,000 demon gods. It's the aura of the 3,000 demon gods. The green-faced man with sharp fangs shouted in shock. They had just arrived in this chaotic starry sky and dared to sense the aura left behind by the 3,000 demon gods. Dead, they are all dead. The green-faced man with sharp fangs whispered in a trembling voice. Chapter 1080. Seal, the seal of Pangu clan. Zhang Yinshan stared at the chaotic world that was covered by the light screen and roared furiously. Brother, we found it. We found it. The dozen or so people cheered loudly. Every one of them was extremely excited. They had roamed the chaotic starry skies for 10 million years. It could be said that they had suffered a lot. When they came, there were originally thousands of people, but now, only a dozen or so of them were left. The chaotic starry sky was full of calamities. Countless chaotic beasts roamed the starry sky. They had to avoid the chaotic astral winds and the spatial cracks. It was extremely dangerous. Any one of them would lead to death. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. They had finally found Pangu and could finally return to the undying Heaven Lord. No, Pangu has fallen. This world was created by him before he died. Suddenly, Zhang Yunshan frowned. Although he was just a minor saint, he was very sensitive to the aura. Before he came, he was given a seed to track Pangu clan. He could feel the death chi of Pangu's death. Brother, no matter whether Pangu is dead or not, we have found the world he created. We have finally completed our task. We can go back and report to the undying Heaven Lord. The green-faced fanged man said excitedly. Qiankuan pouch. Zhang Yunshan nodded. He took out an ancient pouch and covered the chaotic starry sky. He wanted to take the chaotic world into the pouch. The Qiankuan pouch had a great origin. It was not comparable to the magical treasures in the chaotic world. It was a supreme treasure given by the undying Heaven Lord himself. It could store a world and had unimaginable power. Buzz. Suddenly, the Qiankuan pouch shook violently. The suction force produced by the pouch stopped. It turned back into an ancient pouch and fell into Zhang Yunshan's hand. It didn't work. Zhang Yunshan's expression changed. He did not expect that the Qiankuan pouch could not store the chaotic world. Brother, there is something wrong with the light screen. It was a seal set by Pangu before he died. We can't take it without the cultivation of the ninth tribulation of chaos. The green-faced fanged man said. It seems that the things Pangu stole are in the world he created. Zhang Yunshan murmured coldly. Big brother, what should we do now? The green-faced, fanged man asked in a deep voice. We must find a way to break the seal set by Kai Gu and bring back the things he stole. Otherwise, if we go back like this, who knows how many years it will take. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to answer to the undying Heaven Lord, War Yunshan said solemnly. Fortunately, the undying Heaven Lord gave us the array-breaking flag before we came out. As long as we spend some time, we will be able to break the seal sooner or later. As Zhang Yunshan spoke, he casually took out a large black flag. A strand of the power of nirvanic extermination circulated around the flag, causing the surrounding space to distort. This flag actually contained a strand of the power of nirvanic extermination. Clearly, it was an item in the hands of the undying Heaven Lord. Go. Rumble. The black flag covered the sky and covered the sun. As it shook the chaotic starry sky, it poured out strands of the power of nirvanic extermination and began to refine the seal of the primeval world. The 33rd Celestial Court, Celestial Palace. Ye Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The aura of primeval chaos circulated around his body. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. His essence, energy, and spirit were also at the peak. Come out, Yi Xian said indifferently. The primeval world is in trouble. I have come to ask for your help. A halo of light quietly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the will of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void of eternity. He had already seen the dozen or so living beings outside the primeval world. Creatures of the primeval chaos. Yi Xian murmured softly. They are refining the seal set by Pangu. It won't be long before the seal disappears. At that time, the entire primeval world will be taken by them, the will of the heavenly Tao said solemnly. The strongest among them is only at the 5 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. It will be easy for you to kill them, Yi Xian said indifferently. But they have chaos spiritual treasures. I am not confident in this battle. If they succeed in taking the primeval world, not only will I be in danger, but you will also be in great trouble, the will of the heavenly Tao said in a deep voice. Great trouble? Yi Xian smiled slightly. He was not moved by the words of the will of the heavenly Tao. My real great trouble is the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. They are just a few ants. Even if they have chaos spiritual treasures, they are still nothing in my eyes. Yi Xian took a step forward. The aura of the Tongtian was bursting out. He went straight into the luminous starry sky, exuding an unimaginable aura. At the same time, the primeval world shook and all living things were horrified. An aura of destruction spread across the entire primeval world. In the middle of the luminous star, Yi Xian was like the brightest star since ancient times. He emitted an incomparably dazzling light. His aura was rising steadily, as if he was about to step into the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. The 33rd celestial court moved completely. Mount Buzhou carried the 33rd celestial court and went straight into the luminous starry sky. The members of the celestial court looked at Yi Xian from the other side of the starry sky. Everyone was extremely excited and anxious because they knew that Yi Xian was about to cross the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. If he succeeded, he would be able to see the world. If he failed, he would be reduced to ashes. Yi Xian, you are the only enemy I, Luo Ho, have. Don't let me down. Rumble. Luo Ho came with the Tongtian demonic light. He roared at Yi Xian from the other side of the starry sky. His eyes were already red because he had been waiting for this day for far too long. Go, my disciple. Go and pursue the path of the strongest since ancient times. I believe that you will definitely succeed. Yuan Ling came whistling. He clenched his fists and looked at Yi Xian with red eyes. His face was filled with pride that had never been seen before. No matter how many grievances he had with Yi Xian, Yuan Ling's greatest achievement and pride in his life was to nurture Yi Xian. He believed that Yi Xian would definitely not let him down. He would definitely become the saint of all saints and even the strongest since ancient times. He would stand shoulder to shoulder with the undying God Lord and the others. Brother Yi, I've always been here. Lu Bai, dressed in white, streaked across the starry sky. That gentle smile bloomed on his face. Although he did not say much, his eyes contained an extremely resolute look. The galaxy was dazzling and the great stars were rotating. Yi Xian stood in the starry sky. His cultivation of the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was rising at a terrifying speed. Wisps of chaotic fog filled the sky and the earth. The entire eldritch wilderness was rumbling and shaking. The 9 tribulations of the chaos, each tribulation is a new heaven. Yi Xian has experienced 3,348,542 years. He will not fear death and directly enter the 9th tribulation of the chaos to become the saint of all saints. Rumble. The world thundered and all living things sank. Yi Xian's voice resounded in the hearts of all living things in the eldritch wilderness. His aura filled the world. Boom. The Tongtian pierced the ground and all techniques retreated. Yi Xian's aura rose to the extreme. A loud rumbling sound came from his body. He finally pushed open the door to the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. His cultivation directly entered the 9th tribulation. Chapter 1081. Bang! 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 When Yi Xian's cultivation entered the 9th tribulation of the heavenly path, his entire being underwent an unimaginable change. His physical body was glowing. This was a kind of glazed light. Just by looking at it, one would feel a piercing pain in their eyes. His cultivation was undergoing a qualitative change. The black saint power in his body was as viscous as oil, surging violently in his body. It was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. The originally illusory black saint heart was gradually materializing, emitting an unimaginable pressure. Even the surrounding starry sky was violently collapsing. The tree of time and space grew again, growing more than a dozen branches. The green leaves of time and space were swaying slightly. Wisps of time and space power poured down, constantly circling Yi Xian's body. The Nirvana origin was originally a black seed. At this moment it was also undergoing a great change. The seed was germinating, and a black seedling was growing. A terrifying Nirvana power was faintly overflowing. Everything was developing in a good direction. Yi Xian, who had entered the ninth tribulation of the heavenly path, was even more terrifying. It was not something the eighth tribulation of the heavenly path could compare to. Just the power released from his body caused the luminous starry sky to collapse inch by inch, as if it could not accommodate his body. His cultivation has surpassed Pangu's? Luo Ho said in shock. He stared at Yi Xian, who had entered the ninth tribulation of the heavenly path, and his entire body trembled with excitement. He is much stronger than Pangu. When Pangu entered the ninth tribulation of the heavenly path, he did not have such a powerful aura. Yuan Ling's face was full of pride because this was his disciple. Brother Yi, you can do it. Lu Bai silently watched the changes in Yi Xian's body. His expression was neither sad nor happy, and a murmur came from his mouth. Split open the sky. Rumble. Above the starry sky, Yi Xian stood proudly. Vicissitudes of life came from his mouth. His 5 fingers were like a palm that could break the sky, instantly slapping toward the starry sky. Bang! Yi Xian's cultivation was too terrifying. It had truly surpassed Pangu's in the past. His simple attack directly shattered the seal set by Pangu, completely breaking open the chaos cage. It's open. The chaos cage is open. Luo Ho roared excitedly. We're free, we're free. Brother, we can finally go home. Lan Yit cheered to Yuan Ling rumble. The seal set by Pangu was collapsing inch by inch, and so was the luminous starry sky. A primitive and vast chaotic starry sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes, while the primitive world under their feet was just a vast nebula, which was insignificant compared to the entire chaotic starry sky. It turned out that the so-called luminous starry sky outside the so-called 33 heavens was just a seal set up by Pangu to seal the entire untainted world. Now that Yi Xian had broken the seal set up by Pangu, it directly revealed the appearance of the primal chaos starry sky in the outside world. At the same time, War Cloud Mountain and a dozen chaotic creatures were controlling the black flag to refine the seal set by Pangu. However, in the next moment, Pangu's seal shattered, and an extremely terrifying aura rushed towards them. This also caused Zhang Yunshan and the others to retreat in shock. They held the large black flag in their hands and looked towards the chaotic world. They didn't know who had released this aura. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if the war drums of the 9 heavens were beating and the sound of thunder was exploding. Yi Xian stepped into the sky and strolled in the chaos starry sky. He felt the primitive and vast chaos aura around him. Who are you, brother? Zhang Yunshan's expression changed greatly. He held the black flag in his hand as he looked at Yi Xian from afar. The sudden appearance of this person caused his heart to tremble. With just a glance, his sacred heart seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately, Yi Xian seemed to treat Zhang Yunshan and the others as air. His entire body was looking at the primal chaos of the starry sky, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Big brother, he cultivates the immortal scripture. Suddenly, the green-faced fanged man let out a low roar. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with extreme hostility. I am War Cloud Mountain, a demon god under the immortal god lord. May I ask what is your relationship with Pangu? War Cloud Mountain asked seriously. Obviously, Yi Xian didn't have the aura of the Pangu clan, but he cultivated the immortal scripture. This naturally shocked War Cloud Mountain. He wanted to find out more about Yi Xian. Big brother. He stepped into the 9 tribulations of chaos. The green-faced fanged man trembled and roared. It was as if he had discovered something terrifying. 9 tribulations of chaos. War Cloud Mountain was stunned at first, and then looked at Yi Xian in horror. Only then did he realize that the aura released by Yi Xian was indeed that of the 9 tribulations of chaos. This also made his expression change drastically. It wasn't that War Cloud Mountain was shocked. Yi Xian's cultivation was at the 9 tribulations of chaos. In the chaotic world, people who could step into the 9 tribulations of chaos were not rare. War Cloud Mountain had naturally seen some of them. However, those people had sealed half of their cultivation for fear of attracting the chaotic divine tribulation. Because the chaotic divine tribulation was too terrifying, very few people could survive it and become a supreme saint. What really shocked War Cloud Mountain was that the black-robed man in front of him was trying his best to release his 9 tribulations of chaos cultivation. This was simply an act of courting death. Moreover, what frightened War Cloud Mountain the most was that the black-robed man's 9 tribulations of chaos cultivation made him breathless. It was as if the black-robed man could kill him with a single glance. It was not that War Cloud Mountain had never seen other 9 tribulations of chaos cultivation, but no one could make him feel this way. War Cloud Mountain was extremely sure that the black-robed man in front of him could absolutely defeat the rest of the 9 tribulations of chaos cultivation. He could be called an invincible existence in the same realm. However, War Cloud Mountain was very curious. Why would such a powerful and terrifying person court death and attract the chaotic divine tribulation? Didn't he know to seal his cultivation and plan slowly? In fact, War Cloud Mountain really misunderstood. Because Yi Xian was not a creature of the chaotic world at all, he did not know any sealing method at all. In Yi Xian's cognition, when he stepped into the 9 tribulations of chaos, it was the day he crossed the chaotic divine tribulation. If Yi Xian's thoughts were to be known by the creatures of the chaotic world, they would probably be shocked to the ground. This was because everyone who crossed the chaos sacred tribulation would first seal half of their cultivation to prevent the chaos sacred tribulation from descending. Then, they would search for various chaos spirit treasures, or even join a great sect to seek protection. But even in this way, there were very few people who could cross the chaotic divine tribulation. After all, the great sage was also an overlord in the chaotic world. If the chaotic divine tribulation was so easy to cross, the great sage would not be so noble in the chaotic world. Oh no, retreat quickly. War Cloud Mountain suddenly woke up because the starry sky had already darkened. The terrifying chaotic thunderclouds were gradually condensing. Obviously, the chaotic divine tribulation was about to come. Chapter 1082. The Eldritch world was vast and boundless, but compared to the chaotic starry sky, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was as small as a speck of dust. When the lightning streaked across the starry sky and the dark clouds gathered, the so-called Eldritch world was covered. The chaotic starry sky was completely dark, and it was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Black, pitch black, endless pitch black. The stars that had been circulating since ancient times were stagnant, and the chaotic galaxies were stagnant. A chaotic pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth was released. From time to time, one could see bright white lightning streaking across the dark clouds, occasionally illuminating the ancient starry sky. Under the endless dark tribulation clouds, only Yi Xian's body was glowing. It was an extremely bright light, and it was a light that could fight against the 9 heavens. His fighting spirit soared into the sky, and all laws were destroyed. In heaven and earth, only I am supreme. Yi Xian stood in the primitive chaotic starry sky. This was only a corner of the chaotic boundary, and it was also the place where he was about to face the chaotic saint tribulation. Come! Yi Xian stood proudly and roared at the sky. Even though his soul was trembling under the chaotic saint tribulation, his unswerving determination was exceptionally terrifying. Rumble! The tribulation clouds rolled as the primal chaos unleashed its might. Terrifying bolts of lightning were born in the tribulation clouds. The flashing lightning shattered the stars one after another. The primal chaos lightning tribulation had yet to descend, but it had already caused an extremely terrifying might. "Brother Yi, be careful," Lu Bai said from the other side of the starry sky. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were deep. A stone map had appeared in his hand, and it was as if he was about to throw it out at any time. "We'll retreat quickly." Luo Ho, Yuan Ling, and the others suddenly retreated, and completely escaped the range of the chaotic thunder tribulation. "Luo Ho! Yuan Ling!" Suddenly, Zhang Yunshan exclaimed. He looked at Luo Ho and the others in shock, and his eyes flashed with surprise. "Zhang Yunshan." Luo Ho frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Although they were old acquaintances, he had no time to catch up with Zhang Yunshan now that the chaotic Saint Tribulation was about to descend. "He's here." Yuan Ling trembled and roared, his eyes staring at the chaotic thunder clouds. Crack! A bolt of lightning tore through the ancient chaotic starry sky and struck down towards Yi Xian. The bolt of lightning was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, and the power it contained was unimaginable. This was because it was a chaos lightning tribulation, and it was not something ordinary lightning could compare to. "Be careful." Lu Bai's expression changed slightly as he warned Yi Xian loudly. Bang! In the chaotic cosmos, Yi Xian did not dodge. He allowed the bolt of lightning to strike him. With a boom, Yi Xian was sent flying. Fortunately, he was not injured by the bolt of lightning. What a terrifying power! Yi Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Just now, he didn't try to dodge the lightning tribulation because he wanted to see just how powerful this chaos lightning tribulation was. Pain. It was very painful. It was a pain that penetrated to the bone. Although Yi Xian had stepped into the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, and his physical body and cultivation had improved tremendously, just one bolt of lightning was enough to make him gasp in pain. His entire body was numb. It was as if thousands of needles were piercing his body. This was Yi Xian's most direct feeling. Be careful. There are 99,999 bolts of chaos lightning tribulation. This is only the first bolt of lightning, Yuan Ling warned with a trembling voice. In the past, even Pangu had almost perished under the chaos lightning tribulation. Although Yi Xian was now stronger than Pangu, the chaos lightning tribulation was not that easy to overcome. Come! Yi Xian roared. Since he dared to stand under the chaos sacred tribulation, he had great willpower to face all the tribulations. He was also convinced that he could overcome the chaos sacred tribulation. Crack! Something terrible happened. Bolts of chaos lightning were born in the tribulation cloud, covering billions of miles of the chaotic starry sky. The lightning tribulation that filled the sky crazily struck Yi Xian. This wasn't just a bolt of primal chaos lightning from before. There were thousands of them, and at this moment, they were all descending towards Yi Xian. This directly brought about an extremely terrifying killing calamity to Yi Xian. Nirvana battle armor. Yi Xian roared into the sky. The Nirvana battle armor appeared. He held the sky-destroying halberd in his hand. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao's cultivation was fully released in an attempt to resist this terrifying calamity. Rumble. Thousands of bolts of chaos lightning descended. Its power was enough to destroy the entire primordial world. The power it contained was unimaginably terrifying. Arg! Thousands of bolts of chaos lightning struck Yi Xian's body, causing him to suffer a great calamity. He let out an extremely painful roar. The Nirvana battle armor shook violently in an attempt to resist the descent of the chaos lightning tribulation. However, the lightning ignored the Nirvana battle armor's defense and directly struck Yi Xian's soul and body. Boom! The Nirvana battle armor disappeared. The sky-destroying halberd fell from Yi Xian's hand. His body cracked inch by inch. Large amounts of blood flowed out from Yi Xian's body. His entire body had lost its original appearance. His body was extremely charred. The chaos lightning was too terrifying. It was not as simple as one imagined. This was a calamity from the chaos law. If it was so easy to overcome, the chaos sacred calamity would not be so terrifying. Brother Yi, Chaos 4 Calamities Formation. Seeing Yi Xian suffer a great calamity, Lu Bai roared loudly. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Go! Without needing Lu Bai's reminder, Yi Xian unleashed the Chaos 4 Calamities Formation. The formation covered the sky and enveloped Yi Xian. The power of annihilation whizzed out. Rumble. The chaos tribulation clouds rolled again. Thousands of bolts of chaos lightning struck Yi Xian. However, Lu Bai had spent 3,000 years to create the Chaos 4 Calamities Formation. How could it be destroyed so easily? Buzz. The Chaos 4 Calamities Formation rotated like a terrifying black hole. When the formation was activated, the vast and primitive chaos starry sky trembled. Thousands of bolts of chaos lightning were directly sucked into it. Yi Xian stood in the Chaos 4 Calamities Formation unscathed. Such a scene made the celestial court members cheer excitedly in the distance. What kind of formation is this? Suddenly, Zhang Yunshan, who was far away in the starry sky, roared in horror. He stared at the Chaos 4 Calamities Formation with great horror in his eyes. Originally, Yi Xian's ability to withstand thousands of bolts of chaos lightning had already shocked him. However, he could not believe that a formation he had never seen before could withstand the chaos lightning calamity. One must know that in a chaotic world, if there was a formation that could withstand the chaos lightning calamity, it could be called a treasure. Countless people would risk their lives to snatch it. Unfortunately, Zhang Yunshan did not know that this formation was created by Lu Bai. Lu Bai's aptitude for formations was unparalleled. It was beyond Zhang Yunshan's imagination. Rumble. The chaos lightning calamity exploded in the starry sky. The tribulation clouds thickened again. This time, 10,000 bolts of chaos lightning struck Yi Xian directly, as if to destroy Yi Xian. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.